Okay, I'm here. I'm live. Let me see how many heathens are out here tonight. No one's here. I'm live. Let me see how many heathens are out here tonight. No one's here. I'm live. Let me see how many heathens are out here tonight. Okay. Oh, got two people here so far. Let me see who's here tonight. The only JS. First heathen, huh? Oh, good to know I'm not the only one. Okay, so I guess I'm just going to wait a little bit to see, for a couple of other people to join in. But welcome. Thank you very much for stopping by. So the only J, are you a subscriber or you just saw my notice by coincidence? Ah, Tim Asuna, nice to have you join us. Hey, great to know that you're a subscriber. I know I've been like really, really bad when it comes to putting out content, but I'm going to be working to be more regular from now on. Okay. Tim Asuna, how about you? Are you a subscriber too, or you just like stumble across me by accident? Hey, Tina! How you doing, sweetie? This is not gonna be a 10-hour live. For real, I'm gonna keep it short, you know? But I'm glad you could join me on this New Year's Eve. No, 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 not New Year's Christmas. See, I told you I'm a heathen. Oh boy. Listen, to me, Christmas is just another day. I used to look forward to it when I was a kid. Oh my God. You know, up until I was about 14. So let's see how many people we've got here. So far, we got 3 people. So Tina, what you doing with yourself tonight? Oh, Tim, thanks. I really appreciate it. I try. I do try to be logical. Oh, so it's a good thing I had a live tonight. So you're home doing nothing. Okay, so depressing. Well, you know what? Listen, at the end of the day, look at it this way. Regardless of everything that's going on, you got your health, you got your home, you got your family, you got your kids. Girl, you got a reliable source of income, you know? So you got to be grateful for that. So instead of being depressed, look at it in the other way, like just sit down and think about how many things you got to be grateful for, Listen, we made it through this bitch. All right. Listen, there's a lot of people that didn't make it, you know? Oh, Ron Nuts, you're white and better. Really? Well, that's interesting. I can't suck my mom, Ron Nuts. She's dead. But I'll suck your mom if you give me enough liquor and pay me enough. Oh, my first troll, yeah. My first pet. Oh, what can I do with this? I could block him. Let's see. Oh, now you fucking with Tina. You know what? Fuck you. You're blocked. You're blocked. Blocked, 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 blocked. Well, some people they get so threatened. So I guess this is a hot topic. Got 4 people. So I guess I'll start. So, this past week has been really, really interesting, in terms of seeing what's been going on in this little community that we have here on YouTube, and especially with the racial issues, Hey, Flor de Oro, nice to see you, man. Nice to have you join us. But, like there's been a lot of different live streams. I guess, live streams are the new things, right? Nobody can go out to the club, so we all doing live streams. And I've seen live streams by whatchamacallit, He Who Will Not Be Named down in the Dominican Republic. We all know who that is. I've seen live streams by OGL del Rancho and Kem. And, surprisingly, by people who you wouldn't expect to have a certain mindset, but they do. And so, I've been addressing this issue for a long time, like in personal conversations. Hey, Morena, sweetie, you better come join my live. I'm going to put the link out there. I want your input. But, like I was saying, I've been examining this whole situation because, when I got on YouTube, I started with the intention of facilitating cross-cultural communication, right? And I was really surprised, to see the reactions that I got from certain people. And at that point in YouTube history, stop trying to sound this moment. You're not making sense. All right, whatever. Oh. Hey, Tina, my pet's back. Stop trying to sound white. Nigga, please. But, like I was saying, it was really surprising to me to see certain people having certain ideas. And, I expected to get negativity from white supremacists, right? Because at that time on YouTube, there were a lot of white supremacists, white nationalists, and I'd always be going at it with them back and forth. But what really surprised me was when I started seeing, quote unquote, people of color not only going after each other, but going at themselves, attacking their own groups. Radical, you made it. I figured out how to do it all by myself. Fuck you. No, seriously, thanks for stopping by. I'm going to put out the link pretty soon, and hopefully we'll get a good discussion going. Yes, please do me a favor, call AARP because I need to renew my membership. Listen, man, they be getting the deals and shit, so I'm gonna take advantage of that. I'm just waiting for, hey, do you think I can get a discount on the MTA? Listen, there's got to be some perks to getting older, man, But I came to realize something, that we have been socialized to think of the world in a very binary way. Black, white, good, bad, white people bad, colored people good, and the reality of the real world doesn't mesh up with that. And especially when I started to see so many videos on YouTube that were just really negative. The first ones that I started seeing was by Tommy Sotomayor. And, at first I was, like listening to him because this was the time when the natural hair movement started, get going on YouTube. And I always wanted to see like our women rocking their natural hair instead of wearing jerry curls and wigs and extensions and weaves, because I think that our natural beauty is so much more better than all that other stuff. So, he was talking about women not wearing weaves, or quote unquote hair hats, right? And I was all for that. But then it started taking a weird turn where he started going in on black women. And I was like, I was really mystified, because listening to the kind of things that he was saying about black women, it was like listening to somebody from the KKK. And I was just really taken aback. And then, of course, after a while of having that, you started having people, copycatting him. And then after that, now you started having women responding. So now it wasn't just black women ain't shit. Now it became black men ain't shit. And I was really taken aback. I didn't know how to assimilate all this. I didn't know how to assimilate all of this. And so I had to start thinking, okay, white supremacy, what is this? And, just looking over different historical periods and different things that happened, for example, the whole colonial history of the Americas, in particular the United States. And then it became really clear to me what all of this was about. What we were calling racism and white supremacy and all of this other stuff, first of all, it was created as a way to justify slavery and colonialism, right? Because these people wanted to think of themselves as good Christians. And if you're a good Christian, how do you justify treating your fellow human beings in such an inhumane manner when one of the prime directives of the New Testament and Jesus's doctrine is do unto others as you would have them to do, do unto you, you know? And so it was really obvious that in order to justify what they were doing, they had to find ways of convincing themselves and the people around them that these Africans and Native Americans were subhuman. And not only was it necessary for them to convince the whole world of this, but most importantly, they had to convince the people that they were oppressing that this was true. I knew that for a long time, but there was a final piece to the puzzle that I didn't understand until years later, and that is the fact that white supremacy, what it really is, racism, white supremacy, what it really is a mechanism of the class structure, of the elite class, right? It's one of many mechanisms that they created in order to maintain their social, economic, and political power. By breaking up any chance of coalitions between people in the lower classes from joining together and overthrowing them. And this fear of losing power is something that has been around since the dawn of recorded history, since the dawn of civilization. It has always been a struggle of the people who are in charge holding on to that power. Because if the majority of the people in your society are disenfranchised, and you're a small group of people and you have all the wealth, all the resources, living the good life, how do you convince those people to not take everything away from you? How do you keep them in place? And so you recognize once again that in order to do that, I mean, of course, one of the mechanisms to doing that is by using just brute force, right? A military. But using military deployment, first of all, it's very costly. And in the long run, it's counterproductive because you can only kill so many people until, there's no one left. If there's no one left, who's going to take care of you? Because your wealth is derived from that lower class. So if you kill them all, what's going to happen to you? So that's not the optimal way of doing things. And so the best way to do it is to get into people's minds, right? Oh, how cute. Look, guys, I got pets. Everybody give a warm round of applause to, what's his name? Demarcus Jamal Wilson. You don't know what you're talking about. You're Nicaraguan. Oh, how good for you. Everybody, give him a round of applause. You're black, bitch. Hey, listen, when the haters start coming out for you, you know you're doing something right. So as I was saying, it became obvious that in order to maintain control, you have to get into people's minds. You have to control them from in here. Because if you can do that, the system practically runs itself. One of the mechanisms back in the ancient world that they came up with to achieve this was organized religion. If you look at every civilization, you will notice that the priestly class was always like this with the ruling class. And of course, the excuse of why we get to have all the good shit and you don't is because it's the will of the gods or the will of God. But when they came to the Americas, the New World, well, that's not enough, because this is the period of time where people are letting go of religion, right? Not that they're letting go of religion, but the church is not exercising as much control over society as it once did, right? And we saw things like, the Protestant Reformation in Europe. We saw a lot of the monarchies in Europe breaking away from the Catholic Church. The most famous one, of course, was, King Henry VIII in England breaking away. And people are becoming more humanistic in their outlook on life, right? This is what sparks the whole period of the Renaissance, and scientific exploration. Because if you remember, the church was vehemently opposed to all of these scientific discoveries. The fact that it's the earth that revolves around the sun and not the other way around. So it was when they started to break away from the influence of the church that they were able to start really making scientific progress. So that's not holding weight anymore for a lot of people. A lot of people are very secular in their outlook. So you got to come up with another way. So science becomes the new religion of society. And you have to convince the populace that these people scientifically, and to some strength, part two for the people who still Bible-minded religiously, why these people are less than human. But as I said before, just like in the ancient days, the people that you have to convince the most are the very people who you are oppressing. So I recognize a couple of things, the way I break it down in my mind. The overarching engine is class warfare, right? But the mechanisms keeping that engine moving are many. And one of those mechanisms is white supremacy. Now, a key component of white supremacy is psychological, right? So if we think about it, my catchphrase is, white supremacy or racism is a mind virus. It's a virus of the mind, and it's highly contagious. So, for example, Corona. Corona doesn't discriminate from anyone, right? It's highly contagious. Anyone can get it. So if we think in those terms, that white supremacy, racism, whatever you want to call it, this idea that one group of people are better than another, it's a virus of the mind, and it is highly contagious. Anyone can catch it. So it should come as no surprise that we see, quote unquote, Black people who were adopting the rhetoric of white nationalists, white supremacists against their own people, or that we see, quote unquote, Latinos doing the same thing. People have internalized these attitudes. And as a result, they oftentimes turn inward against themselves and each other. Wow, guys, I'm doing really good tonight, man. Look how many trolls I got. Let me see. My dick is bigger than yours, and I'm white. Stop talking about race. Let's all be better. I'm a white Colombian from Peru, and I'm also Jamaican and East African. Race is a social construct that you apes need to break out of it. That doesn't make grammatical sense. What attitude? And you can't spell. Okay, blocked. So I'm gonna I'm gonna share the link here and invite my friends, my friends, to come in and talk. So let me see how I do this. Invite. Here is copy to clipboard. Did that do it? Did that do it? Copy to clipboard. Okay, I guess I'll put it here. Dun, 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 dun. There you go, folks. Okay, folks. There goes the links. Everybody, come on, jump in. I don't want to be here. I'm not a talking head. I want to be here just, flapping my own gums at everybody. Somebody jump in. All right. I'll flap my gums until you guys are ready. So, like I was saying, let's see. Okay, I got my first visitor. Let's see if this is a legitimate person or if this is a troll. At the screen. Richard how do you say Mario?
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, I'm a, I'm a white supremacist, by the way.
Okay, that's nice.
I just think some of the things you're saying are really offensive to my kind. I feel like this is a
Oh,
social construct and we need to come together as a people.
oh,
I'm angry because the things that you say are making me angry right now.
really?
Yes, they are. They're
What are we
making me
gonna do
angry.
about that?
Be quiet, bro. Like you're talking too much nonsense, bro.
Really?
Yes, you are. You're being too chaotic.
Chaotic. How am I being chaotic?
You're being so chaotic, bro. And I hate all your fans, bro. I don't like Tina. I don't like the radical Latino because that's all you guys talk about. We just
Hey,
want to come together with you guys.
what do you got against Tina?
I don't know, man. Like, it's just she seems angry. Like you guys all seem angry. She's
Tina?
mad at the world.
Tina's the sweetest person ever, man. Come on.
Be
You
quiet.
got
Look,
a happy
yeah,
little
right.
channel over
You
there.
guys all seem so angry. Like so angry at each other.
Angry at who?
Angry at white people. Like, why are you guys mad at white people? Like, what the hell?
Um, you did see the title of the stream, right?
I don't care, bro. You have to learn how to come together. Martin Luther King said, "Come together."
Really?
Yeah,
And you like Martin Luther King?
of course.
Really? What do you like about him?
Mm, uh, his views and his thoughts, you know, the way he conducted himself, and the fact that he wanted people to come together, basically, and
Mhm.
letting us know that we're supreme.
Who's supreme?
Us,
Who, us, human beings?
no. That's why he was killed.
So who's supreme? I'm not getting you.
Us,
Us who?
you know who?
I don't
Take
know.
a while. Take a while, guess.
Americans?
You're close. The
Mm,
white,
who?
white.
Mm, but you're not white.
How do you know?
Well, how do you define white? First of all, if we're going to be talking about white people, how do we define white people? What is a white person?
Definitely, it's pale skin. It's pale skin.
So Japanese are white people?
Are you stupid? No, we
You
are.
said
Duh.
pale skin.
Wait, see that again? Come again?
You said pale skin. White
Yeah.
people have pale skin. That's what you said, right?
No, they don't. They're yellow.
No,
I
they're
see
not.
yellow. Yes, I do.
Bananas are yellow.
Are you sure about that? Are you colorblind?
Bananas are yellow.
Okay, that's like saying apples are blue.
So what color are bananas?
Um, definitely yellow, like I said.
That's what I said. I said
No,
bananas.
you did not say that. You didn't say that. We were talking about Japanese people, were we not?
Yeah, you said Japanese people are yellow, and I told you they're not yellow. Bananas are yellow.
Who cares? It doesn't matter. What I'm trying to say is that we're pale skin, and that's what it means. And that
And
we match the color of snow.
no, you don't look like snow. I'm looking at this person or this avatar you have.
That's
and
my face. That's my face. Duh. I was
Oh,
done working out in that picture.
oh, wow, really?
Yeah, duh.
I'm so sorry.
What
But
do you mean you're so
you don't
sorry?
look
What are you
like
talking
snow.
about? That's my working out picture. I was actually lifting weights.
Really?
Yeah. That's why I look sweaty in that picture. That's
So
why my
then
face was
explain
red.
to me, how come you don't look like snow?
Well, because I was working out. So when you work out and when you work out too much, your face just turns red. Duh. Like it's science. But we're
So
still
are
we're
you
still
so
pale
are
as snow.
you so are you albino?
No, I didn't ever did I say that? I'm not I don't come I'm no, I'm not. What are you talking about?
Well, you said that you're like the color of snow.
Yeah.
So you're an albino.
No, I'm just white.
Um,
Don't bring your friends in here to tell me any different because I know what I'm talking about. Don't bring that stupid girl Tina or like that Latino dude who thinks he's whatever. I don't know that dude with the high voice or whatever. He's that annoying dude that says yeah. Like I don't like that guy.
Yeah. Come on, man. You gotta love him. He's cool. You gotta admit.
I don't
Hey,
care because they're
listen,
annoying.
listen. Hold on.
You guys, okay, that's the thing with you guys. All you guys do.
We got somebody else joining the conversation. Hold on.
Okay, then. But
Hold
still,
on.
my point is proven.
Hold on. Hey, are you having a happy New Year's Eve?
Me?
Well, not New Year's Eve, Christmas Eve. I'm sorry. I'm such a heathen. I forget.
Well, yeah, because I'm gonna. Well, I have
How's
my
your Christmas
American
Eve, though?
flag that I'm about to put up on the wall.
What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna have my American flag and my Confederate flag put up on the wall. Duh.
And that's what you do for Christmas?
Yeah.
You don't have like a tree or anything? Like,
I mean, I do have a tree, but like.
so that's what I asked you. I asked you, what are you doing for Christmas Eve?
I'm gonna celebrate the Confederate flag.
Oh, isn't that sweet? Hold on a second. I'm gonna add some friends, okay? Is that okay with you?
Whatever.
Okay. Hey, Kamikopolis. What's up?
What up? What up?
Don't bring that ugly dude in here.
Hey, bro, you're the Jamaican guy that pretends to be Canadian, right?
Pardon?
Pardon? You're the fake Jamaican Canadian guy. Yeah, dude, this guy got like 47 different nationalities. Don't pay attention to this guy.
Listen.
Let me call you back. Let me call you back. Hold up.
Listen, he's my friend.
What did he say?
Oh, it doesn't matter.
What do you mean what it doesn't matter? He was glitching out. I need to hear what that dude said.
No, it doesn't matter. All that matters is that you're my friend and we're having quality time right now.
Really?
Mario.
You think that? You think that
Yeah.
that we're friends?
Mr.
No,
Mario.
the reason
Yeah.
why I came here is because what you were saying was very triggering, and I had to call you out on your bullshit.
I triggered you? What did I say? What was the one thing that I said that triggered you the most?
Well, what you said technically was What you said was that you basically, I don't know what it came, but it would just sound like a bunch of gibberish, and you added race into it. You brought white supremacy and all this other kind of stuff.
So, in other words, you don't really know what I said, right?
But yeah, but it sounded really irritating at the same. I don't know. It just sounded irritating. I just forgot because like I'm really forgetful, but like still.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for you. I'm sorry for hurting your feelings. Is that okay?
Richard Mario, you American?
Of course, I'm a proud one.
Proud American?
Yeah, definitely.
Why would you be rocking the Confederate flag? That's a traitor's flag.
Well, I just feel like we're just a lot more supreme than you guys, and you guys just don't know what you're talking about.
Who's a lot more supreme?
Minorities. No, well, not minorities. Us.
Why are you rocking the Confederate flag? That's a traitor's flag. That's not an American flag. They fought America. Well, they were the Confederate States of America.
No, that's my version of it.
They were not the United States of America.
That's my version of it, though.
You understand your version of it. You understand there were two actual there were two actual Americas. There were the Confederate States of America and the United States of America. Yeah. We fought, and then we won. We're the United States of America. The Confederacy's dead. Even the sole president of the Confederacy, even he said, "Look, y'all gotta let this flag go. Don't erect any monuments." He said, "Let this go." What are you guys doing? Why are you rocking these Confederate flags and stuff?
Well, first of all, the Confederacy is not dead. To me, it's not.
Yeah, where does it exist?
In my household, in other people's households that I know too.
Oh, really? All right, as long as it stays there, we good.
Do you have your own money too?
Wait, say that again.
Do you have your own money too?
Obviously. What are you talking about? I'm rich.
Really?
Yeah. Duh.
Where do you live?
That's top secret. I don't need to explain that to you.
Well, what state do you live in?
Alabama.
Alabama.
Row tie.
Where?
Row tie, Alabama.
Oh, never heard of it. All right, Richard Mario. First thing I'd like to say is white power. Second thing I'd like to say is 1488. 14 words, 88 precepts. You familiar with them?
Obviously.
What are the 14 words?
Well, I did not.
Wrong.
I didn't come here for a lesson. I didn't come here for a lesson. I'm not coming for a lesson.
What are the 88 precepts? Where they come from?
Why do you ask me this? No, the whole point of me coming in here was to basically call out Truth Teacher for his stupidity.
And you're doing such a good.
Are you serious? Truth Teacher's a stupid one?
Exactly.
All right, cool. All right. No doubt.
You laugh like you're gagging on something, like you're gagging on a dildo.
I'm allergic to stupidity, and you're giving me more than my share of that right now. You feel me?
Listen. This is my friend. Be nice to him. Listen, this is my pet, okay?
I mean, I think he's got to be doing a bit. Ain't nobody this stupid.
It's amusing, though. You gotta admit.
Like,
listen.
Oh my God.
We're all stuck here with.
How do you not know? How do you not know your own tenets of your ideology? The 14 words and 88 precepts. You don't know that?
That's just too much to unpack.
Listen, whatever the fuck this is, it is fun. You gotta admit it.
Well, you're making me mad. That's the reason why I came in here.
Hey,
you're making me mad.
Well, but you still didn't tell me. What did I say that made you mad?
Well, I mean, I'm not gonna. Yeah, I mean, you should know what you said. You should know exactly as to what you said that got me in here.
A lot of things, you know. I got a big mouth.
And well, that's not the only thing that's big.
Ooh, how would you know? Oh, what happened? You're not saying anything.
Well, guess what?
You
Guess what?
grow?
You know, the better YouTube channels that I think are more supreme than you guys. I do believe Antonio Batista is very smart, and so is Dominican
Really?
Renaissance, because they know what they're talking about.
All right. This dude is trolling.
No. I know who these guys are personally. I know who they are personally. I know.
Yeah,
I
I
know
know them
them.
personally too.
Yeah, exactly. I know. I've seen him in person. So, and he agreed, and we're in the same page when it comes to
So
this
let me
stuff.
ask you something. You're white?
Obviously,
Okay, are you completely white? Do you have any mixture in your background?
nope. I'm completely cock.
You're a
Asian.
complete cock.
No, Asian. You know what I mean? Cock. Asian.
You're a cock?
No, I said Asian. It just glitched out.
He likes Asian cocks. The man just
No, I
told
did
you.
not say that.
Cock. You
I
like
said-
Asian cock?
I did not say that. Did I say that? No, I did not say that. I said,
So
I said
That's what I heard.
Just trying
That's
to
what I heard, sir.
I said Caucasian. Did I not?
So you're 100% white. So, but you still haven't explained to me what whiteness is. I'm confused.
Well,
You know,
basically,
because, listen. You have to understand. I obviously have a low IQ, and so I need to be educated. And I'm submitting to your superiority so that I can be educated and enlightened. So, please help me out.
Yes,
well,
I'd like to join that too.
basically, what whiteness equates to is superiority, and that's why we have this tone. That's why we look the way we look, because
What tone? But what tone though?
No,
really,
but God said that we were supreme for a reason.
when did God say?
When and where? Can you
I
say
still don't
that
know.
for me?
What is this tone? What tone are you talking
The
about?
skin tone, you idiot.
What
Citation needed for
But
God saying that you were superior. Can you let me know that?
In the Bible, it states that it states that we are the superior ones. We are the true. I'm not going to get into that biblical
so
stuff.
you're Jewish.
Obviously,
That's what I just thought.
You're Jewish.
no, I'm not.
The Bible
says that you're the chosen ones.
Yeah, the Bible cites the sons of Abraham as
whites,
listen,
it
Richard.
Says, it specifically says that whites are the chosen ones.
There's no mention of whites in the Bible. What Bible are you reading?
It does not.
The closest it comes to is ruddy, and that's a red color.
So
they don't say white.
No, it does not come. No, we're not close to that color at all. No, we're not.
No. I'm not saying you're close to that color. I'm saying in the Bible, the closest color that comes to describing your people is ruddy.
No,
when they said his face was ruddy.
No, it's not. Look at my profile picture. Look at my profile picture.
No.
What do you see? What do you see?
Can you not follow what I'm saying? I'm not talking about you. I'm saying the closest
look
color.
At my profile picture. It's clearly white.
No, it's not white. You're a pink-skinned person.
No, I'm not. I'm far from that.
You're far from what?
I connect to snow. I have a connection with snow.
Really?
If you came to my department store and you asked me for a white shirt and I sold you a shirt with the color that's your face right now, would you seriously pay me money and then leave, or would you ask for a real white shirt?
Well,
yeah, that's what I thought.
No,
all right.
No, I didn't finish. I
want to ask you a question. So you say you're white. So where do your ancestors come from?
Obviously, my forefathers' fathers came from Europe.
Which part of Europe?
They're like Bosnian.
Oh, Bosnian from the Balkans.
Yes.
Oh, we could probably be related.
Shut up! No, we're not. What are you talking about? You just want to be white. You want to be like me. You want to be like my kind so bad.
So you
want to be like me. Let's be friends. You want to be like my kind. You want to be like my kind.
Your forefathers are from Europe, right?
Say that again.
Your forefathers are from Bosnia and Europe, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you are white, right?
Of course, obviously.
So, And you support Antonio Batista, right?
Say that again.
You support Antonio Batista.
Yeah, because that's clearly a white man.
So I asked you, like, if you have any mixture in your background. You said no.
What?
I asked you if you had any mixture in your background, and you said no.
Well, it's not important to you. That aspect of me is not important.
Well, what kind of mixture do you have in your background?
As far as I know, it's just American.
American what? Native American?
Possibly.
They all want to be Native American.
So
they can have rights. So they can have rights to this land.
You're glitching out. You're glitching out. I can't hear a word you're saying.
You can't hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Yeah.
Okay,
hey,
but still, yes,
excuse me.
I have that in my lineage.
Aryan Superman, you need to fix your connection. You heard?
No.
So Richard, would it be a bad thing if you had some non-European mixture in your background? Would that be
clearly, because here's the thing.
Why?
We're obviously the superior ones. So it would be horrible if we had, like, something that was non-European, because we're superior.
But you said that you support Antonio Batista.
Yeah, because he's a full European man.
He's 16% African. Didn't you know
that? So what? Like, that's nothing. Africa's a dirty continent. Like, nobody wants to go there. That's probably fake.
So your friend Antonio Batista has dirty ancestors.
Exactly. What are you talking about?
Because he's got African ancestry.
No, he does not.
Yes, he does.
Ancestry.com is just a little tomfoolery, fake, fraudulent website that just wants to get information. Anyone with a low IQ, listen. Any black person with a low IQ, with an extremely low IQ that's lower than 60, would go for that website.
Well,
that must be why he went for it.
Well, cool. Antonio went and he did his ancestry.
No, I'm just saying he's not. Antonio's different.
He's always telling everyone. He says, "Listen, this is what Antonio always says. He always says that he's 70% European. So 70%. Let me ask
you. Which means he's white. Which means he's white.
Just some basic math. Is 70 and 100 the same thing?
Technically, almost.
Almost. So if you go into a store and you pick up a couple of apples, and
here we go with this apple thing. Like, what? Did you not get your fruit?
Like, okay, these apples, whatever. Okay, a notebook. You go to buy a notebook. They say, okay, this notebook costs $1 because you're shopping in the dollar store.
Yeah.
As lots of you people, I'm sure, in Alabama do.
Obviously.
Of course, because it's Alabama, right?
Yeah.
So you go and you pay. You go to pay for your notebook, and he says it's $1, and you give him 70 cents.
Yeah.
Is he going to let you take that notebook?
Yeah.
The price is $1.
Yeah.
You give him 70 cents.
Yeah.
Really?
And he'll let you leave with the notebook?
Obviously.
Damn, white privilege is real.
Because 70 cents is equal to $1.
Yes.
Oh, you're cute. I like you.
You're gay. You're gay. Don't ever tell me I'm cute. What are you talking about? I have a whole wife.
Cute.
I have a wife.
I'm sure she's cute too.
I'd be black too.
No, it's not. She's really white. She's white as snow.
Really?
Yeah. Just how I like it.
Really? So let me ask you something. Would you allow Antonio Batista to marry your sister or your daughter? He's got 16% African blood.
Well, I don't know of any of a lot. I mean, Most likely.
No question. Would you allow your daughter to marry someone who's only 70% European?
Yes.
But you said that having any kind of mixture is a horrible thing.
Well, as long as they got more European in them, that's fine with me.
Oh,
I mean, if
come
they
on.
have
You
more
have to make
African
up
or
your
more
mind.
US, that's bad.
So a little bit of African blood is okay then, yeah?
I mean, I would feel a little bit uncomfortable with it at first. I'm not gonna lie,
So
but
you would feel so. In other words, what you're telling me is that you would feel uncomfortable if Antonio married your daughter or your sister.
I mean, at first a little bit, but then I guess eventually I'll probably get over it.
You would get over it. And what if you're
Yo,
Oh, look at this gay ass dude.
bro, you're the black guy that's stuck to French, right? Because you interviewed Antonio Batista, didn't you?
I was in fighter
You're the
complex.
black, you're the black guy that interviewed Antonio Batista, right?
What?
You heard me. You're the black guy that interviewed Antonio.
What are you talking about?
You know what I'm talking about. You're the black guy that interviewed Antonio.
I'm white.
No, you're black, bro.
Oh, how do you know what I look
No,
like?
because first of all, one, you even said in that interview that you're black, but you look up to French because that's why you and Antonio
So what's my
got something
ethnicity?
going
What's
on.
my
And then
ethnicity?
second of all, you go into fighters complexes thing talking about you're Jamaican and you're Canadian. So which one is it, bro? You're black, bro. Stop playing games. Stop playing games. You're black, bro. You're black, bro. You're black, bro. Stop playing games,
No, I'm
bro.
not.
You're
I'm
black.
white.
You're black, bro. No, you're black, bro. You're black, bro.
Okay, what's my name then? What's my real name then?
Your YouTube name is the dude that interview Antonio. People can find it. I could care less about your real name. That's a deflection.
Okay, what's the YouTube name?
You're a black. So you're a black dude. You're a black dude pretending to be white. Why?
No, I'm not.
Why? Why you pretend to be white?
I'm not.
Why you pretend to be white?
That sounds familiar. A black dude pretending to be white. I guess that's why you
pretend to be white, bro?
I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
Hey,
what's my YouTube name?
Why you pretending to be white, bro?
What's my YouTube name?
Why you pretend to be white?
Don't worry about that. What's my YouTube name?
Don't worry about that because I'm not going to give you a free plug. Why you pretend to be white?
You know what? He's starting to sound kind of black.
Yeah, because he is black.
I'm not black.
First of all, he goes that he's Jamaican. Oh shit.
Oh, well, go on, brethren.
Shit. And then
you're Jamaican.
And then,
Richard.
Now he's saying that he lives in Alabama and all that. Dude, stop the cat, bro.
You know off the top, Patwa?
Richard.
Guagwan.
Okay, let me forward the thing, fam.
Okay, let's see the tomfoolery because remember he used that word tomfoolery. Who uses that? Not people from Alabama, right?
Real thing, fam.
Oh, look at that! Look! Wait a minute! Oh, that shit is fucking up, bro.
Let's talk now.
Real thing.
Oh shit! Oh my god! No! Wait!
Why don't you just?
I gotta say.
Listen. How about you be real?
Admit,
how about you be real and you talk about how you look up to France?
Why do you look up to France?
Why you look up to France, bro?
You
look up to France, bro.
Okay, so I'm Haitian. What are you talking about?
You Haitian? All right. Yeah, that's very talented, bro.
Okay. Let me tell you something.
Yo. I'll be back later. With some more tomfoolery.
All right, Rad.
No, I'm Haitian. Okay, listen. All right. This nigga.
That's real talent, though.
He got me.
I like that Jamaican inflection. That was ill.
He got me. But here's the thing. Yes. Okay. But growing up.
But why do you look up to France? You know we whoop France ass.
Wait a minute. He's not white.
I'm Haitian.
That's a stock photo.
I'm Haitian.
Yeah. All right. You Haitian. You look up to France for real though?
Yes, I do.
Why? Why do you look up to France?
I do.
Why do you look up to France?
Because they're supreme.
Supreme how?
In every single way.
Can you name one way?
My life is like offending you because I'm talking about you. So are you African descent?
Yes.
And you don't like that?
I hate it. I really do.
Oh, pobrecito.
Shut up, bro.
Do you think, Richard, that all this talent you have, right, that you can go into these different personalities, right? You think that comes from your African side or your minuscule? If you're Haitian, you have a very diminutive amount of French in you.
I
So
mean,
you
listen,
think it
bro.
comes from that, or do you
Listen,
think
bro.
it comes from us? Like,
All right. Listen,
yeah,
listen,
what's up?
bro. Listen, bro. I just, all right. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. All right.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Because like the thing with me, right? It's just
All
like
right.
I, growing up, I just really, I grew up with a lot of different cultures, like people from different cultures. You see what I'm saying, fam? So like
Mhm.
for me, it was like anytime I was in a group, right? People
Mhm.
always shame me for being Haitian, like because Haiti is like the most hated island in all of the Caribbean. So I was
Mhm.
so
Well,
insecure about that.
there's a reason. There's a reason why that is, though. You got to
Yeah,
look
I
into
know.
why
I
that is.
understand that. I understand that. But that's the thing. That's what made me so insecure. Like I would not admit it.
Okay, well that's fine. Now you
That's why
know.
I used to I would lie and say, oh, I'm half Jamaican or half Dominican.
Well, you don't need to lie anymore
I
then.
have to sometimes. I feel
Why do you have to?
pressured because
You
I
feel
get
pressured
like
by whom?
just by people in real life that I come across who ask me about this, and the minute I tell them I'm Haitian, they're like, "Whoa, voodoo! You eat cats! You pray to a stick!" And they
What's
say
wrong
all
with
types of
you?
stuff.
I don't see
What's
anything
wrong
wrong with
with you?
Vodun.
Huh?
What's wrong with Vodun?
Yeah, what's wrong with voodoo?
I don't know, man. Like it just really just
I
it just
think it's the Judeo-Christian. I don't want to say brainwashing, but let's say institutionalizing of Judeo-Christian thinking that's making you think that Vodun is a bad religion,
Well,
which it's not even a religion anyway. It's kind of like a
like I
spiritual
would
system.
always hide it. I would always hide it.
You know,
I
and to be honest, my parents think Vodun is awful too. You know, but
But
it's
I
just
just think
It's Judaism. I'm sorry,
before
God.
I let you finish, bro. But like, here's the thing: I just hate the fact that radicals, fat ass, have to get in here and really say some dumb shit and really try to blow my cover like that. Like, I
Oh,
Yeah,
know
well, I
for a
mean,
fact, like he's probably insecure himself because his like I don't know, like he
he
seems I don't know.
Richard, Richard, he didn't blow your cover. There's no white supremacist who doesn't know the 14 words and 88 precepts. Okay? If you're gonna troll, let me tell you what the 14 words are, and then you could troll properly next time you do this bit.
Also, I
You
want
know?
to say something else too. Why the hell is this Tina Thought trying to tell me what I am? Trying to tell me that I
Well,
sound like this?
first of all, watch your
What is
mouth.
what does black sound like? What does black sound like to her? Huh? Like she
First
doesn't
of
know what
all,
that means. It
kind
doesn't
of
sound like
sounds
anything.
like
yeah, the black does have a sound. Like you can. I don't know why I think this, but I think that you can tell the level of melanin. All right. You ever look away from your TV while the news anchors are speaking, and then a black news anchor comes on, and you haven't turned your head yet, and you're like, yeah, that's a black dude. That
I mean,
happens to me all the time.
yeah, obviously.
It's rare that I can't tell it's a black guy, especially black men. Sometimes black women can get away with it because a lot of times black women have a talent for absorbing, uh, uh, the Valley Girl inflections, right? But black men, we can't hide it, man. Even the most nigger nerd of nigger nerds can't hide it.
well, some of them can, some of them can, but you see, the thing is, in a lot of instances, they've been trained that way, especially if they're working in the news industry.
Mm,
Certain accents that they have, I think they call it, what do they call it?
I think regional American or something like that, right? Yeah.
Something neutral American accent.
Yeah.
You know,
Oh, but it's not really the accent though, teacher.
yeah,
There's like a rasp. All of us have it as black men. Like it's a low rasp, and
there's
there's a very
something,
specific. I'm sorry.
in the vocal cords.
Yeah.
Just a certain pitch in the voice.
Yeah.
Every now and then, you do run across someone that'll fool you.
Yeah. That is, but that's rare. Like I said, it's too rare.
Yeah, it is rare, but I mean, a lot of times there's just something there. There's just a certain tonality that you can pick out.
Yep. for me, it's like it's a tiny low rasp, and I always hear it if it's a black guy. Like it's a vibrational like boom. Even if the guy has a high pitched voice, there's like a low rumble behind it, and I'm like, this dude is black. and but you know what? That's a good thing. I don't see why you're so ashamed of being who you are, Mario. And but to go back to that, you watch your mouth. You don't talk about women, period, that way. And specifically about her, you don't say that. You feel me? She good family. Now the thing is,
she was making fun of me. She was making fun of me.
yeah, but but the thing is, you came in doing a bit. Why would you object to being made fun of? You're doing a bit.
But she made fun of me.
Yeah, but you're doing a bit.
My feelings.
And you're still doing a bit, no doubt. You're still doing a bit. So play along. You're doing a bit. I like that shit.
Okay,
you're doing a bit. And you're good at it too. Like I said, you're very talented. You're very talented.
He's a perfect. This is a perfect example of what I was saying before in my preamble about white supremacy. The way it needed to sustain itself was to be able to get into people's minds and to convince themselves that they were inferior. This is a perfect example right here, because this is an individual who obviously, he kept getting negative feedback about himself because he was Haitian, black, whatever you want to call it. And he internalized that negativity. So he will come on here and attack someone like me and feel threatened because I'm triggering him. Like he's internalized this idea that Europeans are superior. Unless this is just a joke. I mean, but if it's
I think he's doing a bit, and it's a good bit. I like that stuff, man.
Listen, I enjoyed the shit out of myself.
I run into rooms too. Like I look for live rooms, and I run in. I do a bit, and this if it's a bit, it's a nice one, Mario. But if it's not, and you actually do have an inferiority complex, it's unwarranted. I don't think you have anything to feel inferior about. You know what I mean?
I mean, but part of it comes from the fact
that. But let me try to say something. Let me say something. Haiti is trash. So the thing is that
well, here's the thing.
Like, damn, don't nobody give a shit about us?
No, listen, Richard. Haiti is not trash. That's
why I gotta listen. That's why I gotta go into other people's streams and troll people because of stuff like this. You don't know the type of stuff that I had to go through growing up.
No, well, here's the thing. Haiti, whenever it's presented in the media, what they show are the obviously poor places, and they do exist, and they are prevalent, all the poor places. But they won't show you Madonna's big mansion. They won't show you Sean Penn's condos. They won't show you Charlie Theron's multi-million-dollar compounds that are all up in those hills in Haiti. They won't show you the beaches that I, as a Haitian person myself, am not invited to walk through. You know what I mean? They won't show you any of that. What they'll show you are the things that push their narrative, and depending on which group it is that's showing you the imagery, they have different agendas. So if it's the groups that are looking to raise money, they'll show you little Haitian boys and girls eating mud pies, just for 40 cents a day, and the sad violin music's in the background. Just for 40 cents a day, you can put some chocolate chips in this mud pie for this poor little child. Poor little Robert is eating mud pies with no chocolate chips.
But there's some places in the world where they eat like mud pies because it actually has minerals.
Yeah.
And it's not just in Haiti.
Look who it is.
Food in South America.
Why, bro? Why are you mad at me because I called you out?
Okay.
Well, I mean, if he's doing a bit, why you gonna come in?
Because I know who it was, and I just wanted to fuck with him. Why you mad that I called you out on your coonery?
Nah, bro. Because do you even know what I look like?
I know that you're a coon, so I don't need to.
Well, just open up your camera and show us what you.
But Rich, all right, Rich, look. You gotta decide if you're doing a bit or if you're serious. If you're serious, we can help you out, like with this whole self-esteem issue. If you're doing a bit, we can help you out with that. But if you are doing a bit, you can't be mad at Rap for coming in. I'm sorry, go ahead, Rap.
Also, so I'm sorry about that comic. Listen, bro. Me and comic don't get along. You know what I mean? me and comic don't agree with everything, but yet me and him can have a respectful discourse. You know what I mean?
All right, but
comic,
no.
Check this out. Wait, comic. Check this out. Comic has a more of a good sense to see that Antonio's full of shit, and you look up to people like Antonio. Now, let me ask you: do you believe that you got low IQ?
Maybe.
Dude, come on.
What do you mean, maybe? Are you serious?
Wait. No, hold on. Wait. Maybe. So you believe you got low IQ?
Yes.
Okay. Do you actually believing that you got low IQ, believing that white people are superior and all this other stuff, they're going to save you after, I don't know, a race war happens? Do you believe that?
Well, I'm one of the safer ones. You know what I'm trying to say? So I believe so, yeah.
Okay,
safer as in non-threatening?
No, wait, hold on. So this goes to self-preservation. So now I'm gonna ask you a very serious question.
Can I ask you something? Let me ask you something before you.
No, wait. Before I ask,
you can ask me.
Ask me. Yes, hold on. Just give me 1 second. Hold on.
When did I mention France?
Wait. Hold on. So now this is self-preservation. We're going to self-preservation now. Now I'm gonna ask you a serious question, then you can ask me whatever you want. And I want you to be honest, okay? Will you actually sell out other black folks in order to save yourself?
In a situation like that, yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, that's all I need to know. That's all I need to know.
As I was saying, like...
No, I think he was going to ask me something. Wait, I think he was going to ask me something.
Oh, really? Oh, okay, hold on. You were going to ask him something?
No. Let me say something. When did I ever say that I was basically bigging up or representing France? Like, when did Antonio stream? Do you have a clip of that, of me saying that?
Bro, yeah, there's in your whole fucking thing. You literally said, yeah, the way you see Spain, the way you see Spain, the way hold on, the way you see Spain, the way you see Spain is the same way I see France. So I'm like, okay, he bigs up France, and you said it, I think, a few times.
Really?
How come I knew that then?
Okay, so
if you didn't say that, how come I knew that?
All right, but like,
come on, bro.
No,
Richard,
no.
Would you?
No, but here's the thing. Because, like, if I was bigging them up, if I was representing them, right? Would that be a bad thing? I was just, because like I didn't want to talk about the other. How did you know that I was even?
There's nothing wrong with repping France, but
wait. He's asking something. How did I know
Radical. What? How did you know? Okay, that was me in Fighter's live stream.
First of all,
I would have.
You understand that YouTube is a public platform, right?
First of all, one. You do a good job, but you don't do 100% of a good job. That's one. You need more practice. Two,
he's talented though.
Two, I do a fucking podcast, which means I had to get some audio experience. I listen to voices and listen to beats and stuff, so it's very easy for me to pick stuff out. Three, I study whoever bigs up a racist. I study these type of people. And when you came on, I said, this is a great opportunity because I already pinpointed you out. I caught who you were on Fighters Complex's thing, but I didn't say anything.
Interesting.
I just let you rock. I was gonna do some other shit later, but now I was like, perfect opportunity.
So you found me on you said on Antonio's stream that you said
I didn't say Antonio's stream. I
mentioned France.
I didn't say Antonio's stream. When you interviewed him.
No, but you said I was on his stream.
No, when you interviewed him. In that interview, you kept on mentioning France, and how you see France the same way how Antonio sees Spain.
Show me a clip of that. Please show me a clip of that.
Dude, I'm not next to my computer, bro. You know what you said. If you didn't say that, then I wouldn't have known.
You know what? This is just like circular and then going around in circles.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to. Hold on
a second. Okay. So I'm just putting my little pet in rest mode for a second. But, like I was saying before, this is a perfect example. If this person is actually being serious, it's a perfect example of what I'm talking about. But whether or not he is actually serious or not, the fact of the matter
I love Tina. I'm sorry, Tina. I'm sorry.
Hey, man, listen, Tina's the best, man. Like, please.
I didn't mean to say what I said before. You just got me. You were just making fun.
Tina be wearing wild blonde wigs, yo.
Hey, guess what she's getting you for Christmas? Listen, whether this person is sincere or not, or just, trolling, the fact of the matter is that there are people like this out there, and it's real. The thing that I always say is that you can't just make assumptions about where a person's head is just because of their skin tone. I always say, be careful, because very often the devil comes to you wearing your own face. The other thing I always say, beware of Trojan horses. Now, if you remember the legend of the Trojan horses, it's like the Greeks came to attack that city of Troy. They couldn't get in because the gates were so impenetrable. So what they did is they built a horse, which was like the symbol of their god, the god of their city. And they hid inside. So the next day comes, the Trojans, they look out, the Greek army is all gone. But they see this horse, which represents their god. They open up the gates, they let it in, and that was it. They got destroyed from within because all of those Greek soldiers came out and massacred the whole city, and that's how they won. Historically, when we look at the history of people of African descent in the New World, we never just sat down and acquiesced to slavery. There were always revolts, so many of them. But the one thing that happened, why most of these revolts were never successful, was because there was always somebody like this that would go run tell Master, they planning to overthrow, they planning a revolt. As a matter of fact, in a lot of places, they would reward people for doing that with freedom. Like in Jamaica, one of the ways a slave could get freedom was to, snitch about a slave uprising, and they would get, they would get something. There were always people like this, people who really hate themselves so much that they want to acquire whiteness by being adjacent to it. So they know that they can't be white, but they figure if they take on all the talking points and the mindset of white people, they'll be like, an honorary white, they'll be, like this guy, he wants to be the pet, he wants to be the pet. You're radical. And how do you pronounce
Richard?
Your name?
I misspelled it coming in here, but it's usually comic apocalypse, like the apocalypse, but comic apocalypse.
Say it one more time.
Comic apocalypse. It's just
okay,
yeah.
Cool.
So, but this time coming in, I misspelled it. Whoa. So basically, you're also gay. All right, Richard.
I'm not gay, but okay.
Nigga, you just said sexy. While I mentioned my name. You feel me?
No. I was talking to myself. My bad.
Of course you were, sir. Listen, here's the thing. Don't think of yourself as low IQ because you're very talented, and the fact that you could flip through between all these inflections and stuff like that, it shows it shows signs of good intelligence. You know what I'm saying? And I don't see how you can consider yourself low intelligence and then you look up to Antonio. Really?
That's why he looks up to Antonio, because he's low intelligent. Of course, he would look up to Antonio as being somebody intelligent.
Because Rad was going through a video of Antonio explaining why he expects Dominicans to save their money, and I'm about to use a clip of that to put in one of my videos. That's pure gold. This guy spoke for like 3-4 sentences and basically said nothing.
Listen, Antonio Batista, he doesn't even like Dominicans.
Yeah, that's true.
Listen, I got somewhere, I got it on my hard drive when Cam did an interview with Antonio before all the shit hit the fan. And he specifically asked Antonio, what Dominican philosophers have you read? And Antonio's like, why would I read a Dominican philosopher? Like, there's nothing good about Dominican Republic. I mean, this is what the man said himself.
Well, he's pro Spain, pro Spaniard.
Yeah, but he's supposed to be a Dominican nationalist, and he's talking about from his own mouth, he was talking about how fucked up Dominican Republic was, and there was nothing to be proud of about the Dominican Republic. This is what he was saying himself.
The problem that they keep bumping into is the black blood, and the not saying that I believe this, but this is the thinking behind it. That if you have a series of brown people, let's say you have an entire country of brown people, the melanated genes or the genes that are what do you call it, that have a penchant towards melanin are dominant genes, right? And so over the course of time, those brown people, the more they reproduce amongst themselves, the recessive genes will get less and less pronounced, and the melanated genes will get more and more prominent, and the population will just keep getting darker and darker. So they need fresh influx or infusion of white genetics in there. That's why they're so afraid of, and people like Antonio Batista are so fearful of. Okay, we need Spain because it's not Dominican is not enough. As if that beautiful mixture you guys have over there of indigenous, white, black, and whatever else was going on in that island is not enough. It's a fear of kind of like a darkening, and it's really it's kind of pathological because he's constantly mentioning color, and he's constantly mentioning these sorts of things, and it's like, okay, you're light skinned, but you're not that light skinned, and your features. There are a couple of Euro features in there, like the lightness of your eyes, right?
Yeah, but everything else,
but they're not. Yeah, everything else says like Dennis Rodman or something. Like he has like
I saw that Nigerian rapper, right?
Yeah, I remember. Yeah. You look just like him. Yeah, you look just like him. You look like a Nigerian.
I wanna interject real quick.
Yeah, no problem.
Richard, can I ask you something?
Or should I take him off mute?
No, he could take himself off mute.
Oh, okay. Richard, take yourself off mute.
Richard, use that superior Aryan genetic makeup of yours to find that mute button.
Yo, Richard.
Mute himself.
Click. Yeah, unmute. Find that mute button and click on it to unmute yourself.
Well, he don't want to talk to you, Radical.
Come on. Unmute yourself. I got a question, bro.
You're a bad man. You're always making fun of my friends.
Yo, unmute him.
He maybe it's late where he is and he's sleeping. Okay, there he is.
Mute himself.
There we go. All right.
Okay.
Richard.
Yeah.
Let me ask you. How do you do? Before I even ask you the question, Do you think Antonio respects you?
Kind of.
Why you think Antonio respects you?
Nigga.
Hmm.
Because you guys share the
Richard,
same
please
beliefs?
tell me this is a bit. This is a bit, right, Richard?
Is this really Dominican Renaissance?
No, it's not.
No,
Stop it.
no. I know that. I know that moist voice anywhere.
Oh, okay.
Well, I just think that he's, I don't know, like he seems more superior.
Well,
In what sense?
In
wait,
what
hold on,
way?
wait, hold on. Again, does he respect you? I'm not talking about superiority. Do you think he respects you?
Man, see, I don't know. I don't know. I don't really know.
Would you be surprised, or would you feel some type of way if the answer is hell no?
Kind of, but at the same time, at this point, since I've been exposed, kind of, not really.
Okay,
Does
so
Antonio know that you're Haitian?
no, he does. He does.
Yeah,
He knows.
he knows. He knows.
He knows. Let me ask you. Would you? So, do you think that he will, if he starts a movement in DR? Do you think that he will want you to also be a part of that movement to get the Haitians out? Mind you, your own people.
Probably not.
So if so, let me just say, because it's really interesting to me that you gravitate towards people who don't like you, who don't want you around, who think that you're inferior, and on top of that, say that you have low IQ, and you go against the people like me, Truth, and Comic, who are telling you, no, that's not true. You're not inferior. You don't got low IQ. You don't have none of this stuff. You're actually a beautiful, bright person. When you look at yourself in the mirror, I don't see someone inferior looking back at me. So you're going against positivity and you're going towards negativity. Why is that?
I don't know, cause bro, growing up, it was just like for me, I don't know, like I would just like be around a whole lot of people growing up in just the area I grew up, and like where I really grew up, it's in New York. Okay, so a whole different melting pot of cultures, and you know, it wasn't too many Haitians where I grew up at, so it was kind of hard, you know, and anytime I would say, oh, maybe, you know, it would be like I would feel uncomfortable, you know.
What? Let me ask you. Do do you feel uncomfortable when people actually accept you for who you really are, not pretend, not accept you for who you trying to pretend?
I feel like growing up, I used to like lie a lot and say, "Oh, I'm
Yeah, I
like."
can tell you used to lie to make friends, right? And if somebody insulted you, you just
I feel like okay.
laughed at it when it wasn't really funny, right?
Listen. Like what I used to do is how like I try to make myself seem even more exotic to appeal to white society.
I know.
So like what I would do is I would um I would say I'm Peruvian, Chilean. I would never mention I was Haitian
I know that, but
because
do
I
you
just
not know
hated
that?
being Haitian.
Do you
Can I
not?
ask you a
But do
question?
you not?
How old are you?
Wait. Do you not know the history of Haiti? Like, powerful people. You without Haiti, Ecuador, my people, half of my people wouldn't be free. If it wasn't for Haiti, some of these Latin American countries wouldn't be free. So, do you not know that?
I mean, I don't think that's that. I feel like that's a myth. I don't
That's not a myth. This is historical fact,
No,
bro.
fam. That's not a myth, fam.
Don't listen. Don't get your history facts from Stormfront and American Renaissance. Don't get that shit from there. Get it from real sources, dude.
Dude, do you understand that Haiti was able to do something that no other slave society was ever able to do in the history of the world? This was the first time.
So Richard,
when a
again,
group of people who
again,
were
we're trying to tell you, you come from a powerful lineage. You shouldn't
this
be
was the
ashamed,
first time.
you're rejecting it. I know what happened to you when growing up. That's cool. Get over it. I'm sorry to say, but get over it. You're not
No, I
growing up
can't get
anymore.
over it.
You're around
No,
us now.
wait.
You're
Hold on.
around us now.
You're not growing up anymore. Get the fuck over it, okay?
How could you just say that though? How could you just say
easy?
you don't understand the
Watch
effects it had
me
on
say
me?
it again. Get the fuck over it.
How could you just say that though?
Because at the end of the day, the people that you're going up to and trying to kiss ass to, they're gonna fuck you up. All right?
Okay, fam.
Right?
Listen
Get
though.
the fuck
Listen though.
over it.
Listen.
You sound like a bitch right now, sucking up to white dick. Get the fuck over it.
No, listen,
all right?
Listen,
and
Richard,
all right, because
Richard.
you're over here trying to pretend to be white and all this other dumb shit. Get the fuck over it. Stop sucking white dick. All right?
And
get
Richard.
the fuck over it.
Okay,
go to these communities with positivity. All right? Go to these communities with positivity. You go all around YouTube trying to troll. Actually go around YouTube and actually trying to learn some shit. All right?
I used to get bullied though.
Yeah, but that was the past. Listen,
you
Richard,
need to get bullied with some fucking facts. All right?
Richard.
Because right now, your ancestors would have looked at you like a bitch.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. A little harsh, but true. Richard.
No, bro.
The past,
you don't
Richard.
understand.
The past is for suckers,
girls and guys that were of Jamaican and other Latin descent would try to shame me for being Haitian. And anytime I responded to them with anger, they would all laugh at me like I was some sort of joke. Like Haiti was nothing. Like,
well, you don't have to be a joke anymore. And Haiti is not a joke.
I used to dwell on that, bro.
In fact, Jamaicans should not. Richard, in fact, Jamaicans should not make fun of you for being Haitian because the first
Bookman.
The first guy to set things off, he's the one that kicked it off. Bookman. Dirty Bookman.
Bullied me because they said, "Oh, you're Haitian. You guys pray to a stick," and I would just lie. All the time.
Right. That's the past. The past is for suckers. I don't know any Jamaicans that I know of who would say that to you.
Richard, right back. Your ancestors would have called you a bitch.
Radical. How could you tell me to just get over it?
Well, I can.
Bring it back in here. How could you get over it?
Rich.
That hurts me, bro. I'm sensitive.
Rich, do you really want to get rid of that hurt? Do you really want to get? I'm being dead ass serious. Do you really want to get rid of that hurt?
Panamanians are not jokes, Moise. What are you talking about?
Richard, I'm talking to you. Fuck
Panamanians are better than Haitians. That's why I used to like them. They bullied me.
Richard, forget about everybody else. This is just me and you now, one-on-one.
Radical told me to get over it. I can't get over something like that, bro.
Richard.
It's hard for me.
Richard, take a deep breath. I'm asking you a question. This is a very simple question. Yes or no question. Do you want to get over it? Yes or no?
I'm trying.
I'm asking you, I just need two things from you. I need either a yes or a no. Do you want to get over it?
You don't understand the amount of shit that's in my mind right now, but
Richard,
sure.
I'm asking you a simple question. All I need from you is a yes.
Are not jokes.
Richard, all I need from you is a yes or a no. That's it. And then I will take you, I'll show you how to get to the next step.
Okay, yes.
Do you? Yes, you want to get over it. Okay, yes. Richard, listen to me. Listen very carefully. First thing I want you to do is take a deep breath. And when you exhale, I want you to exhale all that anger, all that frustration, all of that sadness. I want you to exhale that out. Take a couple of deep breaths. Okay, one more. Okay, now, first thing I want you to realize is that it is possible. And the reason why I can tell you that is because I have been in a similar place where you are.
You're Jamaican. You don't understand, bro.
I grew up my whole life having people tell me that I had absolutely no worth whatsoever. And
that has to be a lie.
I'm not lying. And to make it even worse, a lot of those people were family members who told me that I was completely worthless. I would never amount to anything. I was complete garbage. I was ugly. I was stupid. And then I came to the United States. And
but Moist, that's the thing. Who would want to be Haitian, Moist? Like, be for real.
Richard, focus. It's just you and me. Nobody else right now. Because you want to get over this.
But girls used to, everyone used to make fun of me for this shit, bro. Richard, even African Americans.
Richard, I am telling you that I have been in a similar place where you are, and I have been able to get over it. And if you want, I can show you how you can begin to start taking down that hurt and find a way out of it. It is possible. Don't try to take it all on right now. It's not going to happen overnight, because what happened to you did not happen overnight. To get you in the state that you are now, all that hurt, all that pain that you're feeling inside, that did not happen overnight. It was a process. And so to get yourself out of it, it's going to be a process. And what you're going to need to do, you're going to have to be patient with yourself. It's not going to happen overnight. But if you keep working on it consistently, it will happen. Don't try to take it all one big thing at a time. You can't do that. You got to take it bit by bit by bit. It's a healing process. Like if you break your leg, for example, and you go to the doctor and he puts a cast on it, is it going to heal the next day?
Right.
No, it doesn't heal the next day, does it? But
I mean,
it will heal over time if you keep doing what you need to do. Okay. And so what you are experiencing a really deep emotional pain because of the things that were said to you about you. But the first thing that you need to do is recognize the fact that everything those people told you about yourself were lies. None of it was true. And if truth be told, the reason why they said those things to you and about you is because they had something within themselves that they didn't love.
Mm-hmm.
They were wounded themselves. And because they were hurt people, they hurt people. They hurt people like you. And what I'm talking about, this internalization of white supremacy, they were also suffering from it themselves, because if they didn't internalize this devaluing of their African heritage, their African ancestry, why would they make fun of Hades? What's so horrible about Haiti? Why? Because the people are mostly black. Jamaicans are mostly black. But they grew up in a matrix that told them
Future is not Haitian. What are you talking about?
The more African you are, the less valuable you are. Do you realize that Haiti did something that no other society in the history of the world was able to do? They were able to break out of slavery and create a nation. No other society in the history of the world was able to do that successfully. Have you heard of Spartacus?
No.
How old are you, by the way?
24.
Okay, so you're in your early 20s. Spartacus, they made movies about him. This was back in the time of the Roman Empire, the early period of the Roman Empire. And Spartacus was a slave. Rome was a slave society. It depended very heavily on a system of slavery. I believe that Spartacus was a gladiator, and he managed to get free. And it was an uprising. It was a massive uprising of slaves. They almost succeeded in taking over the Roman Empire, toppling it completely. But he made one crucial mistake. Instead of going across the Alps into Europe into freedom, he decided to stay in Italy, and he was eventually defeated. There were so many uprisings of slaves and oppressed people since the beginning of time. Never has any one of them ever been successful until Haiti. Haiti was the only ones that managed to do something that no other people on the face of the earth were able to do. I just want you to stop and think about that. And then to realize that those were your ancestors that did that. Now, yes, Haiti has been impoverished and all of that stuff that has happened, but just stop and think. In a nation, in a world full of slave-owning societies, which one of them would have wanted to see Haiti succeed economically? They couldn't allow it to happen because all of their economies were based on slave labor. So, for example, if the United States had recognized Haiti and normalized relations with Haiti, don't you see how that would have jeopardized them? Because their own society was based on a foundation of slave labor. So how could they have allowed Haiti to succeed economically? Same thing with all the Spanish-speaking countries in Latin America. At that time, they were part of the Spanish Empire, and they were slave-owning societies. Their economies were based on slave labor. How could they possibly allow Haiti to succeed? And so Haiti was punished. Haiti was punished. They had to make an example out of them to discourage any other group of people from doing what Haiti did. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So when you look at Haiti right now and you see the way it is, it's not because there's something wrong with the people. They don't lack intelligence. If that was the case, how come you have so many people who come from Haiti come to this country and they get access to education and resources, and they are so fucking successful? Every group of people on the face of this earth are the same. We all have the same level of intelligence. We all have the same level for creativity. It's like a seed. If you plant it in the right soil and you give it the right attention and the right nutrients, it's going to bloom. Everything that you need to have a happy life, to have a successful life, you already have it inside of you. But the thing that you have to understand about human nature is that human beings, we have a dualistic nature. We have the part of us that's made out of the light, and we have the darkness. That's just the fabric of the universe and how it's created. You have to have positive and negative. You have day, you have night. To have electricity, you have to have a negative charge and you have to have a positive charge. You, as a human being, you have a negative side and you have a positive side. Whichever part of your nature you feed the most energy to becomes the dominant part of your nature. So if you continue to feed that part of yourself that's hurt, that's angry, that doesn't love yourself, that's the part of your nature that becomes dominant. But there's another side to you. There's the light side. There's the part that's intelligent. There's the part that's creative. There's the part that's lovable. You have to start feeding that side. You have to start feeding that side so that it can become dominant. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The first thing that you do, you have to understand the nature of the human mind. You have the conscious mind, and then you have the subconscious mind. The conscious mind is the part that's rational. The subconscious mind, it's like a CD. It just receives information. When you're a baby, your subconscious mind is dominant. It's wide open, and it's just receiving input constantly. And the more input that information is input into your mind from repetition over and over and over again, it's like it writes the program in your consciousness. And then that becomes your default setting. So in order to undo that programming that you've been subjected to, you have to undo it. First thing you can do, just basic, simple meditation or just affirmations, just speaking to your mind. I'm speaking to my higher mind. I make the decision right now to let go of all of the anger and all of the hatred that I feel towards myself. All the things that I was told about myself, all those horrible things were not true. And I make the decision right now to let it go. I refuse to let this ruin the rest of my life. And the reason why you're going to say, I make the conscious decision, is because emotionally, you're not going to feel it right away. Emotionally, you're going to feel like shit. Emotionally, you're going to feel depreciated emotionally. Emotionally, you're going to feel this big. But you're not going to pay attention to your emotions. You are taking control of your mind. And you're saying, you know what? This is my car. I'm taking control of the steering wheel. I'm not just going to have this shit rolling blind all over the place. I'm taking control. And I make up my mind that I want to love myself. Every day when you wake up and you feel shitty in the morning, you feel shitty about yourself. You say, you know what? Fuck this bullshit. I'm making up my mind that I'm going to have a good day. I don't care about these thoughts and these memories in my mind that's telling me that I'm not shit. Fuck that bullshit. I'm making up my mind that I am somebody. And I'm making up my mind that I love myself. You keep telling yourself that over and over and over and over again. And that's how you start to rewrite the program. Second thing you can do, study your history. Your history goes back way before slavery, way before Haiti.
Yep.
You have your ancestors who were in Africa who did remarkable things. There is absolutely nothing that you need to feel inferior about yourself. You can start by going into on my channel, go into my playlists. I have many, many playlists that talks about our histories. I have playlists showing the accomplishments of people of African descent. African American, Caribbean, African, doesn't matter. If it's true of them, it's true of you. There is absolutely nothing wrong with you. And what I want you to know is those people in your childhood that told you all those things about yourself, those negative things, those people that made fun of you, those girls who made fun of you, all of that shit was a lie. None of it was true. Give me an example of something that they would tell you.
Well, what they used to say all the time, what they used to say was like, oh, you, like I said from before, like, oh, you guys pray to a stick, or you guys are wild animals, or, we can't be around you guys because you guys are like a cursed island, and that, well, you're so black, and that must be because you're Haitian, because you're this and that, and all that kind of stuff,
All of those things were lies. You can go into my playlist. I have a playlist that deals specifically with African traditional religions. I follow an African tradition that is very similar to voodoo. We do not pray to sticks. Our spiritual philosophies are extremely profound and are on a par with any philosophy, any spiritual philosophy that you'll find, such as Buddhism, Judaism. Look into it. I have good information down there. Your fellow countrymen, Haitians who do practice voodoo, no, they're not praying to sticks. They have a very complex and very rich and profound spiritual perspective of life and the universe. But you see, what I said before about white supremacy, in order to keep these people from rising up and taking power away from them, they needed these people to believe that they were inferior. And so they kept telling them over and over and over again, you're inferior, you're inferior, you're inferior. You're a bunch of savages, you're a bunch of savages. And not only did they tell it to them, but they told it to the whole world because they needed everyone to believe this propaganda. None of it was true.
And meanwhile, they're strip mining Haitian and Dominican culture for stories. You watch movies, Richard? You like movies? How many Three Musketeers? How many Three Musketeers movies have you seen?
Like one.
One? Have you any idea that the writer of it is from the mutual ancestor of Dominicans and Haitians? Alexandre Dumas?
I've heard of him.
Yeah. So you do realize that a lot of the things he wrote, he was actually writing about his either father or grandfather, right? Have you seen 300? Zack Snyder?
I want to see that movie, but I haven't seen it yet.
Who hasn't seen 300? Go see 300, man. But you see, I'm sure you've seen the scenes online. There are plenty of clips of it, of Leonidas holding off like a bunch of soldiers by himself, right? Mm-hmm. Well, like they're coming at him and he's slashing at them with his swords and the spears and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, that movie was done in around 2006 or whatever. Okay, that visual didn't come out of nowhere. That visual existed before. The mutual ancestor of Haitians and Dominicans, when the island was called in French Saint-Domingue and in Spanish Santo Domingo, right? Before it got split off into the Dominican Republic and Haitian or Haiti, it was called that. And there was a general there who fought on the side of France, and the Polish wanted the island as well. Many forces were fighting over that island because it's called the Jewel of the Antilles, right? That's part of your cultural heritage too, all right? That island is so rich that it supplied resources, monetary resources, as far as economic, as far as other sorts of resources to Europe France, etc. France, Belgium, whoever that France traded with. So anyhow, one of the generals that fought in the war against Poland to take over Saint Domingue and Santo Domingo is called Thomas Alexandre Dumas. David de la Palette. I can't really pronounce the rest of his name. He's got names for like 12 people. All right. Now, that dude, he stood on a bridge. He did exactly what you see in 300, what happened. And there, back then, they didn't have cell phones to take selfies or to put stuff on World Star. You feel me? So they had chroniclers or historians. The historian there said that every time Thomas's sword came up, Polish soldiers cringed in fear, and every time his sword came down, a body dropped to the floor. All right, that's the lineage you come from. You understand? That's the lineage you come from. Okay, so that's way before Haiti even became a thing, or the Dominican Republic became a thing. Okay, and the French were doing that, and you come from people who are doing great writings, just like the Alexandre Dumas, the guy who came after and who wrote about the stories, Count of Monte Cristo, the Three Musketeers.
Richard, have you ever seen the movie Avatar?
I've seen that movie.
Okay, the spiritual philosophy that they were talking about in that movie.
Real shit.
That comes directly from the spiritual philosophies of the people from Benin and Nigeria, your ancestors.
Yep, real shit.
In this world, they will take the spiritual philosophies of your ancestors, and call it New Age, and then charge people thousands of dollars to come learn it in a seminar. That's where you come from. Your ancestors back in Africa, in Mali, what is today Mali, and Mauritania and Niger, they were literate. They were studying science. They were studying mathematics, medicine,
the stars,
astronomy. Your ancestors who came out of the Congo from Central Africa, they were performing cesarean sections thousands of years before European doctors were able to complete a cesarean section where both the mother and the child lived. They knew that before they did an operation, they had to sanitize their hands. They used palm wine to sanitize their hands. And they were able to operate with such precision. They anesthetized the woman. They knew how to use anesthetics. They anesthetized the woman, and then they were able to cut the woman open with such precision that they saved the baby, and they were able to stitch her back up and have her live. That's something that they weren't able to do in Western medicine until probably the late 19th century, early 20th century. But these so-called savages, your ancestors, they knew how to do that.
And your ancestors did it without gruesome experiments on innocent people, like what happened here. Because when we finally replicated it, when I say we, I mean modern American society, when we finally replicated stuff like cesarean C-sections and standard gynecological practices, we had to practice that on slave women first without their consent and without the use of anesthetic properties. You understand? And these people that they're calling monkeys, that Antonio Batista is calling monkey people and apes, they were practicing, as Truth Teacher just said, C-sections on people. And by practice, I mean doing, not practice as in learning knowledge. They had already obtained the knowledge. They were doing that without experimenting on innocent people without their consent. You understand?
Yeah.
Listen, you have the capacity within yourself to be just as great as anybody else. This and this are the only two things stopping you. If you believe it in here and in here, it becomes the truth. But you're lucky because you're young. And now you have the opportunity of time to undo all the damage that was done before. And listen, let me tell you something. When I tell you that I know what it is to deal with low self-esteem, I'm not talking out the crack of my ass. I remember when I was a teenager, when I was like 18, 17 or 18, my self-esteem was so destroyed. I remember looking at a homeless man and thinking to myself, if I could only be like him, I would be somebody. That's how destroyed I was emotionally inside. It took me years to figure out what was going on inside of me and then to begin to heal myself, because I had been brainwashed by the society around me. I had been brainwashed by the church. That we could have a whole discussion on what the fuck they did to my mind in the church and told me that I was just a fucking piece of garbage and I was completely disgusting and horrible. And the only thing that I could hope for was that God would show me mercy and that, I could be saved. I was completely emotionally destroyed. I was so fucked up, I couldn't even walk up to somebody in the street and ask them for the time. That's how unworthy I felt within myself. And if I can be here now telling you that it is possible to overcome all of that, if I could do it, man, you definitely can. Trust me on that. You definitely can.
I mean, yeah, that's true. I mean, I just need to improve.
Stuff behind, bro. That's what you gotta do. Don't leave the skills you've acquired though. The skills you've acquired. Don't leave those. You got some good bits. I like that shit. Don't leave those behind. But the rest of that stuff, that's kind of like getting in your way, hobbling. You know what hobbling is?
Yeah.
Yeah. The things that are hobbling you at the knees, leave all that stuff behind, man. You're a very talented dude. When I came in, I thought you were doing a bit. That's why I jumped in. But then, it eventually came to be revealed that you have real hurt. But I thought you were doing a bit because you're kind of talented. All right.
Listen, understand something. Everybody in this world is dealing with some kind of hurt. Everybody. But it's how we handle that hurt that makes the difference. We can either let it destroy ourselves, and that's why you see people who end up becoming alcoholic or drug addicted, or we can destroy other people with it. That's where you get your child abusers, your wife beaters, your mass murderers, or we can overcome it and then show other people how to escape it. But I'm telling you, you are a human being, and because you are a human being, you do have greatness inside of you. It's just a matter if you're willing to do the work to cultivate it. And it's not going to be an easy thing all the time. It's going to hurt emotionally. To sit down and relive those memories, to dissect them, it's going to hurt emotionally. To remember those things that people said about you and the things that people did to you, it's going to hurt. But on the other side of that hurt is your freedom. On the other side of that hurt is the happy life that you want to have. It's worth the effort to go through the hurt to get to the other side. And you don't have to wait. It took me a long time to figure it out. In about a month or so, I'm going to be 54 years old. And it's taken me a lifetime. I spent a lot of time just running around. I'm telling you, I spent a lot of time just running around in circles, just living from that place of hurt and pain. And I had every reason to be upset. But it wasn't getting me anywhere. It wasn't doing anything productive for me to improve the quality of my life. It wasn't until I started saying, you know what? I started putting myself back together piece by piece that I started to make improvement in my life. Within the past, I would say, honestly, honest to God, the past 10 years and the past 5 years, I've come a long way. It doesn't have to take you that long. You're young. You still have time on your side. It's not going to, if you start now, it's not going to take you all that time to get to the other side. And if you're really serious and you want to break out, listen, hit me up on Instagram. I'm there on Instagram, Truth Teacher 2007. You want help, you want like someone to talk to who can steer you in, here, try these techniques, try that, think about it. I'll be there for you. And I mean that. I'm not bullshitting. I mean that. I will be there for you if you're really serious. All you got to do is just hit me up.
Okay.
Richard, what do you do with that impressive brain of yours? Got any talents, any hobbies, any skills? What do you do?
Well, I mean, right now, I mean, I'm working right now and everything.
I don't mean what you do for other people, like punching a clock. I mean for yourself. What do you do? Like, what's your thing?
I do a little bit of voice acting here and there. Like, I want to
I could see it
doing just animation and all that kind of stuff. But
you animate,
sort of, yeah. And also just other things like photography.
Okay, so you're a visual artist, you're a voice actor, right? And by just talking to you, Truth Teacher and I have discerned that you're highly intelligent. So basically, you're a supercomputer looking up to an amoeba, by looking up to Antonio Batista and those clowns over at his channel.
Because
all those mumble mouth buffoons.
Because at the time, it was just so much just repetitive, just ongoing hatred, right?
Yeah.
So it was just kind of, for me, I had to really find a way to, cope with all of that. I was alone for a long period of time.
That you knew how. There are better tools. There are better coping tools available to you. And what you got to understand, Antonio Batista, he's a very hurt individual himself. If you knew his backstory, he's dealing with a lot of hurt and a lot of pain. People like this are not happy people.
Truth Teacher, you're so kind. Listen, man, Antonio's a bitch. He's an untalented buffoon, a mumble mouth idiot. You feel me?
The reason why he's like that is because, like what I said before, human beings, we have that dual nature. And whichever side we feed the most energy to becomes dominant. So Antonio is the kind of guy that he's not the sharpest tool in the drawer. But listen, it's true. And can you imagine what it was like for him being in school? Come on, think about it. But you see, Antonio, he didn't have the right teachers to say, okay, you know what? And I know this being a former teacher, everybody doesn't learn in the same way.
Yeah, but look what they have to work with. Are you serious? Look what they have to work with.
Well, yeah,
the teachers, not miracle workers. You feel me?
Listen. If they really cared, they could have showed him how to grasp things. But you see, Antonio, the ironic part about it is Antonio himself is a victim of white supremacy because they saw this little mongrel kid, and the first thing they got in their mind is he's stupid. And they just don't try. They just give up. So he grew up his whole life being told he was stupid, flunking out in school, and feeling like shit about himself. He never had anybody to take him aside and say, listen, man, you have worth, you have value. And then when somebody did come along, all they were telling him is your whiteness. That's what makes you better. And so that's why he holds on to that, because that's all he has. But if he would just break out of that negativity, he could cultivate a different side of himself. He probably has a ton of hidden talents that are just laying dormant because he's never had anyone show him how to develop them. And he is upset. He is unhappy. He said he's sitting there in Dominican Republic in the ass crack of DR in the mountains, growing bitch tits and a big belly, looking like he's 6 months pregnant, with no fucking plan of what he's going to do with the rest of his life. He's not a happy person. There's absolutely no reason whatsoever why you should look at him and feel inferior to him. If his whiteness was doing him such a goddamn good job, how'd the motherfucker living? Did you see his videos where he showed like his father's place? They don't even have a proper roof on the fucking ceiling. So what is all this whiteness doing for him? Not a goddamn thing. It doesn't matter your color. It's what's in here and what's in here and how you cultivate that makes the difference. And you have everything inside of you right now to make something great out of your life. Take little steps. Take little steps. First thing you're going to do every time a negative thought comes into your mind about yourself, you tell yourself, I'm not doing that bullshit no more. I'm not doing that. Nope, not doing it. Fuck that. I make up my mind that I'm going to love myself. The thought comes into your mind, you're stupid. Nah, I'm not doing that shit no more. I am not stupid. I am cultivating my intelligence and my creativity. I have an abundance of intelligence inside of me waiting to be cultivated. And I make up my mind that I'm going to do it. That's what you do. Little steps at a time. You understand?
Yes, I understand.
And for all of those people who made fun of you, all those Jamaicans who made fun of you and told you fucked up things about yourself, on their behalf, I apologize to you for the ignorant and hateful things that people said about you that caused you to have so much pain because you didn't deserve to have that happen to you. Can you receive that?
Yeah.
So I send you that light. I send you that love. And I want you to open up your mind and open up your heart and receive that. Do you believe in a higher power?
Yeah, I do believe in like God and everything like that.
Okay, well, you know something? God had a reason for you being here in this life. God didn't make junk. God didn't make a mistake when he decided to send you to this world. You have a purpose in this world. So another thing that you can do is open up your heart. Open up your heart. And with all the sincerity, say, you know what? God, the universe, whatever you are, I don't know, that force that created me, that's greater than me, I'm asking you to show me the way. Show me the way to find the light inside of myself, to be able to find my purpose in this life, the reason why you sent me here, so that I can be a blessing to the world. Show me how to love myself. I'm willing to learn. And just wait. When you least expect it, all the pieces will start falling into place. I guarantee you. I guarantee. Because if it could happen to me, it can happen to anybody. You're not junk. God didn't make junk when he made you. You understand?
Yeah.
All right. Feel good about yourself. And love yourself. And like I said, I mean it. Hit me up on Instagram. I'll give you tons of resources that you can start using to start undoing the damage and the hurt that's inside of you. Because right now, that shit is like this big. It's like a mountain. And you don't know how to fucking tackle it. It's like it's so huge. Where do you start? One step at a time. I can share some fabulous resources with you that will help you start to get free from all of that junk. Because the other thing you need to understand, all that negativity you're feeling inside of yourself, it does not belong to you. That was bullshit that other people put on top of you. It does not belong to you. You weren't born feeling this way about yourself. That's some bullshit that other people told you. That does not belong to you. Let go of it and give it back to the people where it came from, or give it back to the universe to be recycled. They say, in its place, I'm building self-esteem. I'm building self-respect. I'm building self-love. I'm building self-appreciation. That's how you get to undo it, little by little. It'll take you a little bit of time, but it will happen. You know, there was somebody that was trying to come into the stream. I'm sorry I didn't let you in, but, you know, listen, we had somebody here who needed to deal with a situation, you know, and this is the reason why I have my channel. This is one of the reasons I'm here, you know, to help people learn how to love themselves. Because there's absolutely no reason, going back to the title of this live stream, do you have to be white to be a white supremacist? No. It's a virus of the mind, and anyone can catch it. And, you know, it's really easy to feel angry at people like this. But at the end of the day, we have to realize that we are all human. For good or for bad, we are all capable of being victims and victimizers. And sometimes we're both. Got to remember the times in our lives when we've been the victimizer. But there's also the great potential to heal. And that's what we need to do. We need to start coming together with each other and healing that pain, because we're all dealing with it. So we got a beautiful brother here that, you know, unfortunately, he had a lot of people shit on him, and it caused him to internalize. That's how it was internalized. And the fucked up thing about it, it wasn't even white people that did it to him. It was his own fellow, quote unquote, black people that did that shit to him to make him feel fucked up about himself like that. Well, tonight, hopefully we took a step in healing. So this is my Christmas gift to you. Mr. Richard, and I'll receive it.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Very welcome. So you have a happy day tomorrow and all of that good stuff, and start feeling good about yourself because there's a lot to love there. There's a lot of good stuff there. All you got to do is just start cultivating it.
I understand. Yeah, I understand.
All right?
All right.
Comicopolis. Hey, comic.
Hey, I had a few thoughts about your video title here. Do you have to be white to be a white supremacist? Is that what it is? What's the title?
Do you have to be white to be a white supremacist?
Yeah. All right. So, first, I'd like to take the opposite position and argue that, so that it doesn't become an echo chamber, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, do you have to be white to be a white supremacist? Yes. That's the position I'm going to argue here. Okay.
Sure.
The reason why you have to be white to be a white supremacist is because if you're not white and you're arguing for white supremacy, you're not the white supremacist. You're a flunky. The actual white supremacist benefits from the system that he's promoting. That's what makes him a white supremacist.
Mm-hmm.
You are arguing, or not arguing, you are fighting for a system that does not benefit you, but that you've been brainwashed to accept.
Yeah.
Okay. It doesn't make you a white supremacist. You're not benefiting from it. You're more like a white supremacy supporter, a white worshiper.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? What do you think about that position?
Brad,
what's good?
I understand your perspective. Yeah, I can see where you're coming from with that. I'm looking at it more from the perspective of believing an ideology, and you're looking at it from the perspective of who actually benefits from it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's kind of like we're in the same room, we're looking at the same thing. It's just that I'm on that side of the room and you're on that side.
Yeah, we're seeing different perspectives of it
from two different angles.
And I think one of the reasons why people get confused when they see like someone who's not white promote white supremacy, and they kind of argue like, well, how can I be an anti-black racist? I'm black. Mm-hmm. They're not seeing that there are three. Due to my observation, through my observation, I've noticed that there are three branches under the general rubric of white supremacy, which is the general white supremacist, that's one, the white separatist, that's two, and the white extremist, that's three. I think the white extremists are the ones we see with the white hoods, or with the swastika armbands, and they're setting things on fire. They're starting fights in the streets, right?
Yeah.
These are the white extremists. Now, the thing is, the white supremacists are the ones in power and who are actually enacting laws. They're having 3 strikes laws. They're enacting stuff like stop and frisk, right? These passive aggressive acts of oppression on people who are not related to them by blood and color.
Yeah.
Now, those people, they have an image to maintain. And to maintain that image, they have to keep themselves detached from the white extremists that make them look bad. And that's the reason why they always make examples whenever they catch these people. Like those two inbred mutants who shot Ahmaud Arbery. Have you seen those two? They look like the hills have eyes, right? Now, the thing is, those guys are gonna hang. That I was arguing with someone on Twitter. Those guys are gonna hang. The white supremacists have to hang them because they're the white extremists. They're actually pulling the curtains back and revealing the white supremacists for the actual wizards behind the pulleys that they are. Now, the white separatists are the ones who want a separate white nations.
Yeah.
Now, the white separatists, I can somewhat get behind most of the time, because if someone wants to separate from a society, I don't have a problem with that. Okay, especially if the jury's still out on white genocide, if that's real, if that's a real thing. I don't know what your position is on that, but if white genetic genocide is a real thing, that they feel that through miscegenation and race mixing, that our genes as black people will eventually overtake them and wipe them out. If they feel that way, and there's actually a substantial scientific study, or even any substantial scientific thinking or field of thought that backs that up, then I'm all for them separating. Because if you feel your ethnic group or your genetic strain is getting wiped out, you have all rights due to evolution and nature to self-survival, or to self-preservation and survival. So I think a lot of people get those three things confused: the white supremacist, the white separatist, and the white extremist.
Exactly. Listen, you're making some really valid points here. But I'm going to keep the stream open, but I need to step away to do something.
All right, I might give Rad.
Truth. When the hell did this become a Yanla's fucking therapy session? God damn, bro.
That's who I am.
Yo, Richard, did you actually take everything in what he said?
Yeah, bro. I really did, honestly.
Richard, don't be saying that here. And then next week
listen,
you roll up in Antonio's place
listen,
and giving him high fives for calling black people monkeys.
Listen, I hope so. I hope it really did, because if not, I'm gonna be clowning your ass, and you're gonna be getting flashbacks of fucking school. I'm just letting you know.
Too rad, yo.
Be nice.
Maybe clowning me.
Let me put it to you this way. Let me put it to you this way. If it doesn't benefit him, it'll benefit somebody else. But I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt and to trust that he's being sincere.
Yeah, I really hope you're really taking this in, Richard. You know what I'm saying? I really hope you're really taking this in, man. You heard?
Yeah, I understand, man.
Yeah, I really hope you're really taking this in, because, you know, the way you're thinking, and the way you're thinking, not even with other people, but viewing yourself, it's very hurtful. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I have a question for you.
What's up?
What do you mean when you say you're gonna clown me the next time I go to Antonio's stream?
I didn't say that. I said
you're gonna clown me.
I said.
No, you're mixing the two of us up, Richard. I said I don't want to see you going like telling us here that I got it. You know, I'm gonna think higher of myself. I don't have low IQ. You know, I feel good about myself. And then next week I see you on Antonio's, you know what I'm saying, live streams where he's saying Haitians are monkeys, and then you're like, yeah. I don't want to see that.
That's what Comic is saying. I didn't say that. All I said is if I see you in anything, I'm gonna fucking clown you. That's all I said.
As in what? Clown me as in what?
Listen, you on Dominican Renaissance's channel, you know what I'm saying? Talk about all the Haitians gotta leave. They're stinking up the place. We can't even vacuum all the monkey fur out of the carpets, and all these monkeys.
Listen, Richard,
two
check
cooler
this out.
lips.
Richard, check this
out.
So
what do you mean by clowning me? What do you mean by clowning me?
Well, clown, like, you know, making fun of you, not about you. How
don't bring it back
to
my past, though. Don't bring it back to my past.
I'm not saying how Haitians are, or clown you on, you know, on other things. I'm just
don't bring my high school up, though, please, because like that was hard.
I'm not, dude, relax. It was just a joke. It was just me fucking around. Relax. What I was gonna say is everybody went through her. You know what I'm saying? I even went through her. Like, they used to call me stupid, retarded. I can't read for shit because I'm dyslexic, and all this other dumb shit. I ended up, the only thing with me, I ended up learning how to twist these jokes around. You know what I'm saying? And then I used to clown back. That's why in most cases I'm so quick with my responses, because that's how I learned. You know what I'm saying? And I always use joking as a coping mechanism. You feel me? If anybody really wants to take a deep dive in me, it's not that hard to figure out. You know what I mean? But fuck you. Fuck you.
I'm not sure I want to take any deep dives in you, Rad.
Shut up. No, but you know what I mean. But the thing is, Rich, listen. Everybody's been hurt. I'm not. I'm not the only one that hasn't been hurt and thinking I'm putting up a front or anything. Everybody's been hurt. Just depending on how you heal with that. You know what I mean? Different people heal with hurt differently. You feel me? I dealt with it differently. You're dealing with it differently. Um, Truth is dealing with it differently. Comic is dealing with it differently. You know, everybody's dealing with hurt differently. You know, it's just depending on how we will accept that type of hurt, what we will accept or reject. You know, and I really, truly hope, because I know Truth is the type of person that likes helping people, and I really hope he actually you actually learned. You know what I mean? Like you actually learned from him.
I did learn a lot. I did.
Yeah, Truth dissected that ass. that was some deep shit.
I really, like I said, I really hope you you learn from what Truth said, because it he again, he likes to help a lot of people out, and he has a kind heart, like that's serious. He has a kind heart, you know what I mean? And I really hope you actually take his words and action apply them.
The thing,
I will.
Yeah,
what you have here is a group of people who are willing to show you love, man. So it's a miracle tonight. Listen, how often does this happen on YouTube? So you got an opportunity here, man. There's a whole bunch of people here that were like, on your ass, and now they're like, willing to show you some love. So open up your heart and receive it, man. That's your Christmas gift. Santa came early.
You're getting a lump of coal in your, and I'm saying that because I recently found out that the lump of coal thing is not what they're making it out to be in popular culture. You know how they're saying if you're a bad kid, you get a lump of coal instead of a present in your stocking? Well, supposedly, and I looked this up, and some sources back it up, a lump of coal, that was a present, because at the time, winters were really harsh and people were freezing to death, right? And then Santa would, or Saint Nick, not the commercialized Santa Claus we know now, but Saint Nick would, go around with a big bag of coal, because they used coal, to warm up their furnaces. And he would leave a huge lump of coal and each of their like satchels on their doors, so that they have something to survive the winter. So that was pretty interesting. It was kind of weird. But one of the things that I'm surprised by are the alarming number of people who, what is it that's so alluring about Antonio Bautista's message? Because here we have a highly talented brother with, not only does he have a sharp wit, because the bit you were doing before when I came in, that showed that you're spontaneous, you have mastery of several accents, and you're quick on your feet, right? So that shows a very sharp wit and a high intelligence. Plus, you're very verbose. That's another thing. Then I found out you're doing animation. So someone with all these resources, what impetus did you have to even look up to someone like him? And how many other people that we're seeing their profiles in the little chat scrolls and all his live streams, how many of those people are there exactly like you? You get what I'm saying?
Also, just to piggyback on what you said, if Eddie, you're listening. Hey, by the way,
that's where I was going next.
Yeah, okay, yeah, exactly. With the little profile pictures talking about Hispanic this and all that other stuff.
Mm-hmm. No, go ahead. Oh, all right. I thought you were gonna say more. All right. So how many of those people are exactly in your position, Richard, who have been done in mentally by supporters of white supremacy, or white supremacists by other skin colors, right? Jamaicans who have been brainwashed, Trinidadians who have been brainwashed, fellow Haitians, even Dominicans who have been brainwashed, who keep calling you monkeys, this and that, telling you Haiti's trash, black people will never amount to anything, right? Who have suffered through that, and then they show up on Antonio's page having more resources than him, and having more to work with than him, and being, far more talented and intelligent than him, and still buying to that destructive message. How many of that is possible? I would venture to say a whole lot. And it gives the image that Antonio Batista has way more support than he actually has. If he had as much support as he claims to have, and as his closest supporters claim that he has, he wouldn't be where he is. He went viral. This guy went viral and had millions of views on his viral video, and that translated to what's his subscriber count?
At that time,
1,900,
1,700. At that time,
1,700. That's one hell of a ratio. Okay.
Kevin Samuels went viral, and he had 100,000 in his thing, and now he when he went viral, he went up to like 200,000 something.
There you go. That's a decent ratio. That's a guy with a following.
And also, that shows that the majority of people who watched it, that resonated with them.
Exactly, and that they're not a flash in the pan, because what happens with Antonio, and why Eddie's indictment of the Dominican nation, of the entire nation of Dominicans, his indictment the other day. I don't know. My whole sleep schedule is messed up, so I don't. That was yesterday, right, Rad?
Yes, yeah, it was. Yes. It was today in the morning.
It was today, all right. So it was between today and yesterday. Eddie went on a rant and kind of like berated Dominicans on his show, saying like, I mean, you would have thought that Dominicans are the Fourth Reich by the way Eddie was talking. And I was like, yo, I grew up in New York. Like, if people don't see me and see how richly melanated my skin is or whatever, and know that I'm Haitian because I've told them, they assume I'm Dominican because I grew up around Dominicans. And the very first time,
Truth Teacher looking like the Jamaican Virgin Mary.
Yeah, true. Oh, he looked like Madonna child.
I'm Black Jesus.
Yeah, Truth Teacher don't know what to look like, yo. A minute ago, he's in his closet and he looked like my capoeira teacher in Brazil.
Yo, Truth Teacher took all those fucking robes that's covering the windows and put them together.
Yeah. This nigga is going around wrapped in the shroud of Turin. You feel me?
Stop making fun of my Orbia.
This nigga look like he about to raise the dead and walk on water. You feel me?
Listen,
this nigga look like he about to
stop making fun of my Orbia.
But yeah, Eddie got me so frustrated yesterday, bro. Because and he would not shut up. Like, he'd say something, and then when he tried to defend it, he said, you see, that's why I can't deal with black men. They're always defending things. I was like, yeah, but a position's meant to be defended. That's the position.
I was shutting him down with people around him, and he didn't like that, so that's why he fucking kicked me out. And I'm like,
yeah, I thought you left. I thought you got frustrated and left.
No, he kicked me out. So that's why I hit you up on Instagram, telling you to join my live real quick. But
I didn't open Instagram, so I know.
Yeah. Like I went live real quick and just like broke it down really fast before he deleted it and stuff, because my man was wilding. Like, come on, bro, how you gonna be like going against racism, but yet you're fucking racist your damn self? You know what I'm saying? Like, how you go against like what you're trying to say, but yet you hang around with anti-black people.
You hang around with anti-black people and people who hang with anti-black people.
Yeah, exactly.
That's like two
the thing that I couldn't understand is, like, my first interaction with Eddie was, I think it was on Tina's Live, and he came on and he was very upset because people were talking, according to him, were talking smack about black people and nobody was saying anything. But then I hear him talking such horrible things about Africans. So I'm perplexed because I'm like, well, which is it? Are you for black people or are you against them? And then you voted for Trump twice, like.
Truth teacher looked like he's waiting for the Three Kings. Yo, he's not in his apartment right now. He's in the major right now.
Listen, I am one of the Three Kings.
Yeah, all right.
Yo.
Listen, I'll make this look good.
Anyways, no, but yeah, like that was wild. So I had to do that shit right quick. And also, I don't know if you guys saw, but I even put up the thing that I went to Antonio's live streaming. I questioned him about it. About his his end goal. You know what I mean?
Yep, I saw that.
That shit was hilarious.
Yo, like I said, I don't think you were here when I said this, but I'm about to go copy that section. There's a particular section that's pure gold. When you ask them, listen, what's your plan? I mean, you're telling these Dominicans to save their money. What's your plan? And he went on for like 2 or 3 sentences and said nothing.
Yeah, and then when
I can't even replicate it. It's so stupid. I can't even make fun of it to replicate it.
Yeah, because when he finished, I said, you didn't say anything.
Yeah, that's the time. Yeah. That's the
I'm like,
timestamp.
dude, you didn't say anything. And then everybody is like, but why you want to know? I'm like, if you're a follower of his, you know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, he's gonna become like one of these black people he talks about. Oh, all these black people are just complaining online. Then you're gonna do the same thing. Just sitting down there complaining online if you don't got no goddamn fucking plan. First of all, the FBI is not looking at him, so calm the fuck down, all right?
Yeah, the FBI got better things to do.
Second of all, Richard Spencer has a plan. He puts that shit out there. Jared Taylor has a plan. He put that shit out there. Now, you mean to tell me you two top secrets to have a plan, bro? Come on now.
And you can actually see what Richard Spencer did, because how many outings did he do to Charlottesville? He did the first one that went really bad and ran that white girl over. Rest in peace, Heather Heyer.
Oh, that was
right?
That's
one of Spencer's outings. He was behind it.
I know that. I know that. I'm just saying that it was actually put together by a Proud Boy.
Oh, along with him, because he was one of, I think it was like
I know
4
he
people.
was one of the ones promoting it, and so he got paid for that. Yeah.
Yep. Him, Jason Kessler, and a Proud Boy. Now the thing is, hold on, huh? I lost my train of thought a little bit because I'm kind of eating cashews.
It's all right. I'll buy you all the cashews you want, my son.
Shouldn't you be somewhere turning stone into fish?
Yo,
and feeding the masses, turning water into wine.
Give it a couple of minutes. A camel's gonna come out of
For you, 20 camels.
Oh God.
He's choking. Yo, give him the Heimlich. Give him the Heimlich. Oh shit! I think I killed my guest.
Oh God. Yo, that went down the wrong path.
Oh shit.
Yo, hello. Yeah. But
make this shit look good, man. Come on, you gotta admit, man.
No doubt. I see you got the geometric patterns back there.
Yeah, I did that myself.
Yeah, mosque.
No.
What are you in a mosque? What's going on over there?
That's my Moroccan tile inspired living room design.
مساء الخير. كيف الحال؟ الحمد لله.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it over because I got a stencil that like makes the lines really clear. Because like if you look at it really carefully, like my lines start diverging.
Yeah.
Pattern starts fucking up. So I never.
I'm outside my fucking my sister-in-law's place right now. I gotta drive home. Anyway, I'm gonna catch this. I'm gonna catch this stream while I'm driving home. I'm gonna catch y'all later.
All right, cool, man.
All
right, Rad.
Hey, he's gone. I was gonna say, Rad, Merry Crema, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Merry Crema.
Yeah, man. But yeah, where was I? Jason Kessler and those guys. But to go back to the other point, the amount of support that of people who are clearly better than him, who are going onto his page, because every once in a while I hop onto YouTube and I drop in on his page and I'm seeing like even on the panel when he always has that guy who's his profile is I think a Cowboy Bebop character, right? He's supposedly like very young,
yeah,
and he revealed that one of his plans, or his main plan, is to actually go to the Dominican Republic and start a branch of like radical extremists who are similar to what's that radical extremist white extremist group that's here, Atomwaffen. He wants to start something similar to Atomwaffen, where he wants to go over there where the guys will be doing MMA, boxing, fighting, and learning how to do room clearing with guns and shit like that. Okay, so what do you plan on doing that for? Who are you gonna like? What war is starting? So that stuff is alarming, man. Okay, so you're gonna do that to do what? Maybe hypothetically have a coup, take over of the Dominican Republic. And then once you take over, you kick all the Haitians out and probably the dark-skinned Dominicans too.
Well, here's the thing that I find really, the thing that really upsets me is the level of arrogance. Like, what the hell makes you think your ass sitting up here that couldn't get your shit together, that you are going to go down to the Dominican Republic and tell those people how to run their country?
Yep.
Like, where do you get the fucking balls to even begin to think about that? Like, you're going to tell them that they got an immigration problem with illegal Haitians? Like they've been there their whole fucking lives and they didn't know that. But thank God you're going to come and show them the light? Like,
it's one of those things where, see, there's not much mixture in me. All right, I'm richly melanated all day.
Yeah,
but it doesn't mean that I can't appreciate what other peoples of other ethnic mixtures have going on. And when you have people like Dominicans, Puerto Ricans, Brazilians to a major extent that have like sort of like a tasty soup of genetics running through their veins, right? And they're proud of that. For you to come in and have them reject certain aspects of who they are, and then you take a tiny swath of the population that's living up in what did he call it? It's some tiny community in the Dominican Republic that's like all white. And then he said, these are the true Dominicans. So what are you saying about the rest of the Dominican Republic? All those people who are proud of their Taino and Arawak blood and their African blood and their European blood, their European admixture that's in there. And all those people who are proud of that melange, that mixture. You're going to tell them what? What are you going to do with the people who have family that have those admixtures?
And you know something? I've asked him this question directly, and he has no answer. Because, it's just I think the fascination with Antonio is that it's just so perplexing. You're wondering like, what is your thought process? How, the things that are
I
coming out of
think
his
you're
mouth,
assuming that he thinks.
because like, okay, he's always going on about the Cibao, this. Listen, dude, I know like real white Dominicans, like no mixes, straight up, as white as white can be.
Yep.
And they're not going on with this nonsense.
Absolutely not.
And the thing about it is like, dude, you do have African ancestry and it's a significant amount. So don't you realize that when you're talking about low IQ and all of this shit, that you're talking about yourself? And like Tina said, the Cibao.
Oh, it's the Cibao? All right, yeah.
Like the whole Cibao. I mean, like, I guess that region you have a higher concentration of whiter Dominicans than in the rest of the island, but at the end of the day, the majority of the island is what the majority of the island is.
Absolutely.
Yep. It's not a white nation. It never was.
Well, he said it was. He said that the since the founders of Dominica or the Santo Domingo, since the founders were Spaniards, those are his those are his tenets. That since the founders were Dominicans, straight from the what's the Canary Islands? He said something like Canary Islands. They came from the Canary Islands.
I've been begging Christina to do an episode on her channel about the white genocide in DR, and she keeps ducking. She keeps ducking and hiding.
Well, I mean, that stuff seems like your bowl of soup, though.
Nah, but Tina's the expert, man. It is like every time, I ask her, so Tina, are you gonna do it? Are you gonna talk about the you know what? Tina be leaving me high and dry, yo. Tina, why don't you handle the white genocide? Now, come on.
Because Tina needs to do a 48-hour live stream to knock Fighter Complex on his ass, because Fighter Complex is swaggering around here, talk about he's the king of live streams. You feel me? And Christina is the only contender that could knock him off. Because I tried to pull off a 10-hour live stream. I was knocked out. I did that yesterday. I made it to like 7 hours. I was like, and like they all left, and then when I woke up, I ended the stream. But it seems like the historical thing is your kind of like field, though.
Listen, I am not the be all and end all. I have a certain amount of knowledge, but I'm still learning. That's the thing about being a teacher. You learn just as much as you teach. And if you're a good teacher, you learn. Yo, Maceo, like jump in for a few seconds.
You gonna run up in here, Maceo?
Maceo, come in and jump in for a second, man.
Yeah. Hey, Richard, being a guy who does bits yourself, how many of the followers would you say and places and venues like Antonio Batista's page, venues like that, and what's the other guy? Chem 123, OG Del Rancho, right? How many of these supporters with these Spaniard flags and all that kind of thing, how many of them do you think are genuine, and how many are there to kind of like troll or do a bit or anything like that, in your opinion? Or do you think that they're actually genuine, like they want to be there in order to be basically white supremacists, and kind of like all three? They want to be white supremacists, white separatists, and white extremists. because that guy with the Cowboy Bebop avatar was talking about like he wanted to start an Atomwaffen over in the DR or something like that. Which what a fantastic. That's why I was saying like these people are so low IQ. What a fantastic way to end up on some sort of watch list. Right? God, these guys should be working for NASA. So smart. Wow.
But son, here's the other thing, to consider. A lot of these people probably aren't who they say they are.
That's scary.
I mean, how do you know that they're really Dominican? There's a lot of them that talk about Dominican, this Dominican, and I really doubt that they're really Dominican.
Yep, that's true.
So listen, I always say this, that social media is a blessing and a curse, because I mean, look at what we're doing right now. This is fucking awesome.
Yep.
Like I remember like the days when, you had a telephone and you had to do the bitch like this,
Yeah.
you want to talk to, you had to write a letter.
Yep.
And now we're actually talking to people around the world sitting in our living rooms. I remember I saw a news article, like, on the news, and they were talking about in the future, people will have computers in their homes and they'll go shopping without even leaving the living room. And I was like, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
That's what happened. Yo.
Yeah, that did seem like something far off, like far out there, like off kilter.
We can teach each other, we can learn from, but at the same time, the negative, just like what I said before, in this universe, there's positive and negative. So the positive is that we have this great technology, which would not exist if it was not for a Ghanaian scientist who figured out how to improve fiber optic cables. Like that History Plus. We can do all of this, but at the same time, it allows emotionally disturbed people to have a platform.
Yeah.
To put out their rhetoric. I mean, in the old days, crazy people basically, you had to keep your crazy to yourself. Well, now you get to, you get an audience.
Okay, see, what do you think about the I don't even know how to phrase this, right? What do you think about the wave of, you've seen all the memes, right? I mean, Antonio Batista has geez, I need to get a quarter for every time I drop this dude's name up on here, but you've seen the animation at the beginning of his videos with the shit, like the caricature, that blackface caricature.
Yeah.
Yeah. You've seen those memes around, especially on Twitter and stuff like that. And all the "we was kangs," right? Whenever black people or anyone of color for that matter try to say, hey, we were more than slaves at one time. We were more than, indigenous, quote unquote savages at one time. And they're like, we was kangs, right? So all these memes and this massive wave of anti-black and anti-brown kind of sentiment, we were discussing yesterday, and we had a question of what's the explanation for the sudden rise of that, the sudden emergence of it, where you're seeing it everywhere. You can't even watch a trailer for Black Panther without the comment section being littered with "we was kangs."
Well, it's the double edge of social media. Like I said, back in the day, crazy people had to keep their crazy to themselves. Now,
yeah,
the anonymity of social media allows them to have a platform.
Wow.
and I love to have fun with them when they say we was kangs. I say, yeah, we was kangs and queens and carpenters and artists and farmers and butchers and bakers and traders and teachers and doctors. We was all of that.
They even have you. I shouldn't even bring this up to give it more clout, but have you heard of the "we know y'all were dick washers" meme? So they took they took a basically a relief or cartouche from the walls of Egypt of black doctors, right?
Mm-hmm.
Black doctors performing circumcision on brown people, right?
Yeah.
So
Mm-hmm.
like browner skinned Egyptians and darker skinned black doctors performing circumcisions on them. And you can even see the black doctor's assistant restraining the patient
Yeah.
because this was the days pre-anesthetic sciences. So
Yeah.
there was no anesthesia. So it was painful. So the guy had to be restrained. So these people actually managed to when that cartouche came out and black and brown people can feel better about themselves, these people went ahead and spun it through a massive campaign of trolling, and they made it synonymous with no, y'all wasn't kangs, y'all was dick washers. And when you have something like that, like
Well,
there's actually no hope, because what that means is any truth that comes out, they have a mechanism or a machine, the equivalent of a German war machine, a Wehrmacht, where they can, a digital one anyway, where they can grab something that is the truth and that's empowering for black and brown people, and they spin it around as something detrimental, where at best it makes us shy away from the truth, like, oh no, nah, I ain't gonna identify with that, I ain't no dick washer.
I know what you're talking about, and I'll
Yeah.
tell you how we get around that.
All right.
The thing is, as people of the African diaspora who have undergone the process of being enslaved and then being colonized, right?
Right.
We thought for so long that if we could prove to them how intelligent we really were, they would respect us. The thing that we failed to recognize is that it had absolutely, the reason why they did what they did to us had nothing to do with them thinking that we were inferior. They knew that we weren't.
Wow.
They knew that we weren't. Because if you look at their accounts when they first encountered societies in West Africa and in Central Africa, they were really blown away by how organized these societies were. So they knew it wasn't true. But here's something that you got to understand. When a thief is going to rob somebody's house, our friend just ducked out.
Richard, I thought you pulled him out because
No,
he wasn't saying anything. Okay, so he left.
It's hey everybody, Merry Christmas.
Oh yeah, Merry Christmas.
And
oh yeah, it's already Christmas, man.
Rich, Merry Christmas to you, man. And honestly, listen, we all send you love, and we hope that you're really sincere and you really took that in, man. Have a very Merry Christmas and love yourself, because you deserve to be loved, and there's a lot in there to love. So you be blessed today, okay? And every day after that. But, as I was saying, when a thief is going to rob your house, does he care about how much education the people in there have? Doesn't really matter, does it?
No.
He don't give a fuck. He just want your shit. So
Yeah.
let's look. Black people thought that, they say that we were a bunch of savages swinging in trees and shit. And if we could only prove to them that, Black people were the ones who created ancient Egypt and all of this shit, everything. No, it wouldn't. And how do we know this? Because they came to the New World, or what they call the New World, right? They came to Mexico. They encountered a society that technically was still kind of like in the Stone Age, because they really didn't know how to smelt metals, right?
Yo, The white separatists got me, yo. I mean, Rad paid the ransom. I'm gonna owe him some money later, yo.
Well, like I was saying, before we got abducted.
But
Europeans, they came and they saw the Aztecs and the Mesoamericans, who technically were Stone Age people because they didn't know how to smelt metals beyond copper, right?
Yeah.
And they were so amazed at the level of sophistication of their society that far exceeded what they had back in Europe. How did they treat those people? What did they do to their society?
Wow.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They left there. They encountered the Mayas. How did they treat them?
Wow.
Another sophisticated, undoubtedly sophisticated society. They went to
who were performing brain surgeries, which I found out that they were performing brain surgeries. They found skulls with incisions on the sides of the temples and stuff like that.
Yeah, they were doing all of that. They went and they encountered the Incas. How did they treat the Incas?
Wow.
They had originally been trying to get to China and India, right? Columbus. Yeah. And so finally, they figure out a way how to get over there to China and to India. China is a society that was as old as ancient Egypt. But the difference between China and Egypt, China's civilization never declined. It continued. Yeah. How did they treat the Chinese? These were people who were more technologically advanced and sophisticated than they were.
Yeah.
How did they treat them? Then they got to India, another incredibly ancient society that was very advanced. How did they treat India? So what makes anybody think that they really gave a fuck about how sophisticated and how civilized anyone was? They just wanted to come and take their shit. That's all they wanted. I don't care how civilized you are. I just want your shit. And I will stop at nothing to take your shit. As soon as Columbus got off the boat, what was in his mind? He was talking about how, wonderful people were. And in the next, he talking about how he could take their shit.
Yep.
Hey, Maceo. What's up?
Buddy, what's good, everybody?
Yeah, Merry Christmas, man.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you. Merry Christmas to everybody on this live stream who are in the chat room. Like, comment, subscribe. If you're on Instagram or other social media platforms, be sure to share this link and come back with a friend or 10. And thank you for spending the holidays with us. Go ahead, Maceo.
No, just got home. I was at a little shindig.
All right.
Just got home a little while ago and stuff, and I didn't think the live was still going to be going on, so I'm glad that it's still going on. And
we were doing some batala work, man.
Yeah, I see that, bro. I'm in here with my fundamentos right here, so
yeah,
because I got to do something with them in a little bit.
Yeah,
but
I know you don't know a lot of things. Can you spread some knowledge on Cibao and Darren? Cibao. What is the real deal with the Cibao region?
Okay. From my understanding, now I've been to La Vega. Yeah. I have a lineage in my mother's side of the family that goes into La Vega, and I'm familiar with that area. I'm familiar with Jarabacoa. That's also within the same province. They say that the Cibao is mostly white.
Yeah.
I don't believe that. What I saw in the Cibao, especially when I was a kid, was a racially diverse group of people. Now, they say that there's certain pockets within the Cibao where they are almost completely white, to the point where they even commit incestuous relationships in order to preserve that.
Yeah.
I don't know how true that is. I don't know if this is hearsay or if this is actually something real.
Yeah.
Okay. I've met people from El Cibao. I met one person in particular in New York that this man did not look Latino at all. Okay. He very light hair, very light skinned. He looked as Caucasian as you can look, right?
Yeah.
But then when I met his brother, now all of a sudden things changed.
Mm-hmm.
Now his brother was looking a little bit more darker than me.
Mm-hmm.
The facial features were a lot more mixed.
Yeah.
So I think I forgot who it was that explained that when you have people who are racially mixed and they reproduce, you're gonna have kids they're just gonna run the whole gamut.
Yeah.
Of what's available in that gene pool.
Mm-hmm.
So I've met people that have had kids that were very what they call very trigueño, very dark skinned, right? They would make a big deal, because he still got the good hair. Okay, yeah, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But when you look at the face and when you look at the at the color and stuff, you know that there's African blood in there.
Yeah.
But then in that same the same family, the same set of brothers and sisters, you got other kids that came out very light, almost blonde, light eye. Understand? So when people try to sit there and say that no, porque el Cibao es de gente blanca, no, because there's white people there and this and that. I'm not. That to me is not true. It's just it can't be. It can't be. Now, as far as Dominicock, because I understand this is one of his primary arguments, right? So if they look like him, are they pure white?
Yeah.
Do you
Well,
understand? Do you understand what, if Dominicock is going around talking about that? Oh no, because they're white and this and that, but they look like him. Are they 100% white?
of course not. I mean, I knew a lady. She passed away. She's passed away now, but she was from an upper class Dominican family, and I believe that she was from that region. She was very fair skinned, but you could see, like from the shape of her nose, that she had, some African ancestry, but they were just like very light skinned mixed people. And what she told me was that in the community where she came from, everybody kind of married within that social class, that within that social group. And her sister married a darker Dominican, and they basically cut her off. And I met her niece, and her niece was like very light skinned, but she had like that really that really, really thick 4C kinky hair,
Right.
And she said, yeah, like my mother's side of the family, they don't fuck with me because they say that that my mother ruined the gene pool because she married my father.
Wow.
That's something that not only have I heard that from Dominicans, I've also heard that from Puerto Ricans. And I've noticed that they would always give a pass to the Taino. Oh, the Tainos were so beautiful. Oh, the Tainos were so beautiful. They were dark, but they had that really good thick hair, right? But then they brought those Africans and it fucked everything up. I've heard this shit since I was a kid.
Wow.
I've heard this shit since I was a kid. Okay, and I still don't understand, because really it bothers me like you wouldn't believe how still in the 21st century people are still getting hung up on this shit, to the point where they're altering history, they're revising our past in order to create this twisted concept of a present and even more twisted concept of a future, where what they're saying is absolute complete bullshit. But in their little gas chamber, in their little echo chamber, they keep gaslighting themselves into believing that this is what it is. And when the rest of us take a look at what they're doing, the first thing, at least in my case, that strikes me is that these people are walking contradictions. They're walking contradictions because none of these people are 100% white.
Yeah.
And if I don't know what kind of contact they have, if any, with the white national groups in Spain, but the people that I saw and the people that came after me, there's no fucking way they would accept them.
Mm-hmm.
Antonio would get bananas thrown at him in Spain.
Yeah, absolutely. That legit happens in soccer matches with mixed people.
Antonio would get bananas thrown at him by these people.
Yep.
And the fact that this motherfucker and him and other people of his ilk continue to gaslight and continue to repeat this false fucking narrative is indicative to me of, well, let me put it to you this way. How could somebody who did the kind of video that made him go viral could sit there, look at that, and say, you know what, I'm going to put this shit on YouTube? Did he not expect there to be consequences for this? I mean, he said when on Radical, that Radical played a part of his video, that he said that he went back to the Dominican Republic by choice. No, he didn't.
No,
he got chased out of here.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, he explained on one of his live streams to another fellow white extremist that he left because he couldn't even go to the bodega to get a sandwich without asking about every person that's in there. As soon as he steps in and that doorbell go, he didn't explain it like this. I'm being, you know what I'm saying, I'm entertaining the people in the chat. All right, but right. Yeah, you know he's not verbose enough or talented enough to explain things the way we explain it, you know, and on this panel. But you know, that doorbell goes ding ding ding, walks in that bodega and he sees every face. He has no clue who those people are, what their intentions are, if they've seen him in his video, and if they agree with him or not. And he was afraid that he might get stabbed up, shot up, stomped out. He was like, I can't do this. Everywhere I go, I don't know if the people I'm running into, and mind you, these are not black people that he's saying this about. These are fellow Hispanics, fellow Dominicans, who, because remember, there was a litany of videos that came after his little viral rant of Dominicans going, I'm Dominican and I'm black. I'm Dominican. I'm proud of my African ancestry, and all those people. He was like, I don't know how many of those people, of those Dominicans and Hispanics, saw the viral video, and if they have intentions to do me harm. So that's why I left. It's not one black person I'm afraid of, or one Hispanic person or whatever, and specifically not one black person. It's, he said, in the wake of, again, he can't use those words, I'm using those words. He says, in the wake of the George Floyd protests, Ahmaud Arbery, and all that stuff, that general sentiment, that entire ecosystem has an energy that he doesn't know what to expect after doing that viral rant, that his whole identity's out there. And it might come to a point where he might get lynched by a mob of black people, however ironic that phrasing is. All right. So that's why he left. He did not leave. When you say you leave under those circumstances, under those auspices, that's not saying that you left willingly. That's saying you got driven, you know, out. You know, you got ran out of town. My bad. Go ahead.
Nigga was on World Star.
Yep.
He was on fucking World Star. No, but my point is, was there no pause between the time that he finished recording and the time that he hit upload? Was there no rational thought that said, you know what, maybe I should upload this because this could really come back and bite me in the ass. You know, let me chill. Let me not upload this. Let me, the fact that he uploaded it, I mean, he lost his job. He lost everything.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That to me, is he mentally ill?
Yes.
You can't sit there. You can't tell me that a normal, rational human, an agreeable human being, is going to think logically and say to himself or herself, "Yeah, I'm gonna upload that."
You're talking about God.
Yeah, he's missing something, upstairs. He's missing something upstairs.
His nephew told us that this dude actually tried to rob a store with a hammer.
What?
He actually tried to rob a store with a hammer.
Oh God. Yo, this guy's a cartoon, yo.
Listen, yo, Maceo, you know the story about what happened to Abatala when he had something to drink?
Yeah.
One of his kids.
Yeah. He started making deformed people and mentally ill people. Yeah.
That's Abatala's kids, man.
Yeah, that's why children of people who are initiated to Abatala can never drink alcohol.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's their taboo. As far as this whole conquistador thing, and what I gotta ask you guys, what exactly was said about the Canary Islands? Because I don't watch his videos. What exactly you guys mentioned something about the Canary Islands. He said something about them?
Yeah, he said that the bloodline of true Dominicans, the bloodline of true Dominicans come from the Canary Islands. And supposedly that's some sort of enclave of white Spaniards that are, in that cluster of islands or something like that, and those were the original founders of the Dominican Republic. Okay. If that's even true, but that's what I extrapolated from what he said. Extrapolated from what he said.
Okay. My mother's lineage, her haplogroup is tied to North Africa and the Canary Islands.
Mm.
And if you look on the map that shows where my Spanish ancestry is strongest on the peninsula, the two areas that are very, very blue are the Canary Islands and Andalusia. Okay. Now, the Canary Islands were inhabited by a group of people called the Guanche. Mm-hmm. And the Guanche were basically in the same category as the Berbers.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
So the Canary Islands were conquered by Spain sometime before, like not too long before Columbus set sail.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken. Now the Canary Islands are off the coast of, what is that, Morocco?
So what used to be the Spanish Sahara.
Okay, they're off the coast of. Look, guys, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. During this past week, I've had a friend of mine school me on the haplogroups that I descend from.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and my dad's haplogroup is E, and the way it was broken down to me, in my genetic line, on my father's side, the Berber marker is present, but the true origin of my haplogroup is in the 11th. So that means that I have a Semitic origin.
Yeah.
So this guy was trying to figure out the timeline to see if my ancestors came across North Africa during the conquest of Islam, and then later formed part of the Moorish armies that went and conquered Spain and stayed.
Mm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I've talked about this before, right? I talked about this on Radicals live stream. I think that this guy is hoodwinking himself with a narrative that if we start including science, will fall apart quicker than a house of cards getting swapped at, getting smacked around, So he talks about the Canary Islands, where the first of all, the Guanche, if the Guanche are related to the Berbers, are the Berbers white?
No.
I don't think so.
So then the Guanches weren't white.
You could call them a lot, but white isn't one of them.
You're crushing Antonio's dreams, yo. What the hell are you doing?
I understand. I sent Tina a video of a cut from a movie called True Romance.
Yeah.
Where Dennis Hopper's character is explaining to Chris Walken's character the origin of Sicilians and how the Moors conquered Sicily and how Sicilians had, quote unquote, the nigger gene. Okay?
Italians and Sicilians don't like to hear that, bro.
And he explained perfectly how he said that the Sicilians were like the Italians from the north, fair-skinned, lighter hair, blonde hair, and whatnot. But when the Moors conquered Sicily, they started reproducing so much with the local women that all of a sudden, darker skin, darker hair, wavier hair, curlier hair started becoming normal.
Yep. Then that's how you get people like Al Capone. I'm looking at pictures of Al Capone and Lucky Luciano. I'm like, whoa.
Look at John Gotti.
John Gotti. Yep.
Look at Gotti. Look at Gotti. I mean, really take a look at Gotti. The actor that looks like him, the guy who played Paulie Walnuts on The Sopranos.
Yeah.
Look at him, dude. I don't know how true it is, but I was reading that when Italians started coming to this country, especially the Sicilians, they weren't really considered white.
No.
Look, perfect. Vince Lombardi. You guys know who Vince Lombardi was?
Yeah.
The coach of the coach of the Green Bay Packers, the guy who won the first Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I saw a documentary on him, and they used to make fun of him because his skin was very dark for somebody who was considered white. They would make fun of his nose. And this was, for the Italians, this was a pretty big insult. They would make him stand to the other white players when he was a player. They would make him stand to the other white players to compare his skin complexion with the other ones.
Wow.
Okay? So the Moors conquered Sicily. They conquered much of the Mediterranean, Corsica, Sardinia, and not to mention Spain. Where does Billy think that his ancestors come from the north of Spain or France?
Yeah. See, he's deluded. He's deluded. The thing that annoys him and a lot of people is how much blackness that they can't get away from, right? So even on his quote unquote Spanish side, there's a threat to him. There's a threat that there might be some black in there too.
Oh, there's a big fucking threat.
There's
a pretty big threat.
One thing I wanted to address was when Fat Joe said, Latinos are black or whatever. That I can't address. I can't speak for people's lineages. But Christina made a video addressing like the music. Well, some of the instruments that are attributed to Spain, like the guitar, those things have origins on the continent of Africa too. It comes from the guitar comes from, it has an ancestor called the Krar, Krar, and it's Ethiopian Somalian. So even then in that lineage, how do you know that something is purely European? When the Chinese had it, the Ethiopians had it, right? The Saudi Arabians had it. And then you come along way later on as Spain, as France, and then you have it. So when you bring it to the New World or wherever, are you really introducing a European instrument, or are you introducing an instrument that you borrowed from other places? Well, so it's very complex, and the thing is, it becomes a threat to people like Antonio, where like they're trying to run away from their blackness so much that they become rabid bigots and also idiots. Uneducated people.
But wait a minute. Mm-hmm. We can destroy that narrative without even having to go that far. The only video aside from what made him go viral that I ever saw was a video where he was talking about J-Lo. Okay.
Oh yeah.
And he said in that video, I saw maybe about a 45-second clip. That's the only thing I've ever seen of this guy, because Radical said on his on one of his videos that he was back on YouTube. So I went and I took a look at his channel. So this was 3-4 months ago. And when I saw that video and he was talking about, he started off saying, "Oh, we reject blackness, this and that." So, but he's listening to Latin trap music. He's listening to a genre of music that was created by black people. Not only that, if you're going to reject blackness, I don't ever want to see you eat a plate of mango ever again, because that comes from the Congo.
Well, he said he said he doesn't eat mango, and that Haitians eat mango. That's what he said.
Well, then he's not. You see what? He's not a real Dominican. Try telling a Dominican that we shouldn't eat mango. That's our national dish.
And I mean, you've seen his mannerisms. The only two class of people I've seen those mannerisms from, like his hand gestures and the entire swag, are from Italians and black people, and the obviously Hispanics as well. So even like the core of who he is, like his whole swag, the way he gets faded up, like he gets his fades and stuff like that. It's like it's a I don't want to say a homogenous black and brown culture, but it kind of is. Black and brown people. He also tried to give hip hop a Hispanic origin. Nah, Hispanics created hip hop, not black people. Sorry to burst your bubble, but like he tries to give anything except black people credit for anything. That's what he does. But
then he turns around and he calls rap music jungle music. So
yeah, and then he calls it jungle music. Then he has tattoos and says once he takes over the Dominican Republic, that he's gonna have tattoo artists what's the term for kicking someone out of the country? I'm sorry, what? Exile. He's gonna have tattoo artists exiled because they're bringing nigger culture over. I'm like, so you think black people invented tattoos? Like, every tribe has body modification. So he's just going around saying stupid stuff like that. He's just going around saying just immensely. I hate using the R word, so I won't. But that word, right? Arted. He's using those kinds of arguments.
Like I said before, he's not the sharpest. He's not the sharpest tool in the drawer. And the reason why he won't allow certain people on his comment section on his channel is because it's just so easy to debunk.
Yeah, for once I'd like to see him debated. Would you ever be interested in debating him, Truth Teacher?
Listen, I am the reason why he doesn't allow comments on his That's because I'm dead ass. I'm dead ass serious. I'm the reason why. Listen, I've got his number in my phone.
What? Truth Teacher's the reason why morons enact laws. I'm not talking to him.
You know what it is?
Yeah. I mean, would you debate him, Marcel?
You know what?
There's laws against child abuse.
You know what, dude? I have a very hot head, and I would instead of debating him, I'd probably try to get under his fucking skin. I would try, but you know what though?
Not very hard to do.
But you know what it is? I think that, in all the commentaries that I've done on these live streams, the one thing I've been able to do is take a sledgehammer to whatever it is that he's saying, and not just him. What any other so-called Dominican nationalists? They're not Dominican nationalists. They're fucking idiots. They're white supremacists who are not white themselves, trying to create a narrative that just doesn't exist. And you know, no, just to come in to say that no, because it was a white country, or that the only reason why there's so many black people is because of the Haitians. And I mean, people obviously, people who repeat this obviously don't even bother to open a fucking book. You understand, and actually read what was going on before the western third of the colony was ceded to France. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's a fictitious narrative. One of the things that I hear a lot of these so-called Dominican nationalists talk about is that the Haitians killed whatever group of people when they were forced out in 1844. I've said it again and again. I don't know if that's true, because in the sources that I've had, some sources make an allusion to it, other sources don't talk about it. But
talking about the beheadings
yeah,
in Mocha?
The beheadings of this and that. So I can't even get a straight answer on if when the Haitians crossed the border, was it a true invasion?
Well, that's that video on the white genocide that Christina won't do.
But you know what, though? I mean, the information on it is dodgy. Have you guys ever heard something concrete ever be put out about this?
I haven't.
I heard there was something. Oh, okay. Like Tina knows about this. There was something that I saw online on YouTube. Actually, it was a lecture, and this lady was basically saying that the antagonism that people think existed between DR and Haiti really wasn't like that, and that I don't remember. Tina could explain it better than I could. Tina, jump in for a second. She could explain it.
Tina, jump up in the room.
I'm not gonna sit here and say that everything was great, okay? But Dominican Republic, as I said before, had 3 independences. The thing from Haiti, I don't even qualify that as an independence. That was more of a separation.
That's
because
basically what this woman was saying.
What?
That's basically what this woman was saying. But Tina explained to me that there's a lot of Dominicans that don't like the woman, and they feel that she's being biased towards the Haitian perspective.
All right.
For me, I'm not too familiar with the relationship between Haiti and the Dominican Republic. I'm only generally knowledgeable on the history of the entire island, not on the separation and the things that occurred between them at the later time periods, right? But
get Uli up in here; he would know.
Yeah, well, my feeling on it is that stuff's the past. Let's try to get things moving forward. We share an island, and whether we like it or not, we do share common ancestries, right? Because I know plenty of Haitians with straight hair and Arawak and Taino type of traits and lineages, and they're Haitian. They're French speaking, Creole speaking people, right? Mm-hmm. And they also have either French or French and Spanish and even Polish. We had Polish people on the island as well. Yeah. So that to me, it's absolutely gorgeous that you have all those different contributions from around the world that make up that island. And I think that if we have any animus left, let's try to get past it. And I also feel for this might sound anti-Haitian as well, that we should respect the sovereignty of the Dominican Republic's borders. You know what I'm saying? So if it's true that we have a lot of illegal immigration, like flooding the borders, I don't think that's right. And the other reason why I don't think that's right is also it's also detrimental to Haiti itself, because there's something called a brain drain. So if I'm going over and crossing over with my talents over to the Dominican Republic because I'm leaving less than favorable circumstances over in Haiti, right? And then I go to the DR, I go to school, I work. Everything I work for benefits the Dominican economy, right? And I become a doctor and I benefit Dominican society, and I'm leaving where I came from exactly how it is. It's called a brain drain, where myself as a doctor and my colleague as a lawyer, engineers, we're leaving, we're uprooting all of the talents and human resources that could be benefiting Haiti, and we're taking it over to the Dominican Republic where they need it less than Haiti does. So it's twofold for me that if we start respecting Dominican Republic's borders, it will benefit both countries. And at the same time, what I loved about the aftermath of the 2010, I think, earthquake is that the first people to set foot boots on the ground to help out was not FEMA, was not what are these human rights organizations? It wasn't them. It was the Dominican Republic. Right. They showed up there, first responders, brothers and sisters, as it should be, and stuff like that. I think if we worked hand in hand, it would ameliorate the tragic circumstances that are afflicting Haiti. And once you have both of those nations, right, who have such great things in common, both biologically and genetically, now they would have it nationalistically as well. It would be a beautiful thing. I'm thinking it would be sort of like a micro world power. We're not big enough as an island to be a major world power, but it would be kind of like a miniature world power, where our economy would be as strong as Japan's probably, right? And we would also shut people like Antonio Batista and Jared Taylor and what's the other guy's name? Stefan Molyneux up, because he was saying that Hispanic people have the lowest IQ on the planet, and that that's why white people in the United States are becoming less intelligent, because Hispanic people who are coming over from the Dominican Republic and Puerto Rico have low IQs, but they look like us. When he says us, he means white people. They look like us. So we take them into our society, not knowing that they're bringing their low IQs and their low self control and low self inhibitions with them, right? So we shut people like that up because we will be raising ourselves up intellectually, economically, and as far as a nation. You know what I mean? Not a unified nation, obviously. We would respect the nationalistic borders, but as an island. I mean, that's kind of like my spiel and what I wanted to say about that. I think that stuff's in the past, and we should leave it there. Both sides have done atrocities. I mean, I know on my side, we kind of committed genocide, even though there were caveats to it. We were liberating ourselves, but we did massacre all the French off the island. I mean, the term that my grandfather used was coupe tête boule caille. That means cut off heads, burn houses. And that's what we did. Okay? I never asked questions as to how my granddad got that farm. You feel me? we didn't ask questions, but we as a nation, we did what we had to do. We liberated ourselves, but we killed all the French off the island. All right, that's genocide to me. You know what I mean? Even though we were freeing ourselves, and I'm sorry, guy.
It was war. What do you expect?
Yeah, that's true, but genocides often occur in war.
All of the French were not killed because in one of the early constitutions, it spoke about French women and their children being granted citizenship. So it wasn't all the French. I think it depended on exactly who you were.
Mm.
I mean, if you were a slave owner, sucks to be you. you
Yeah.
know.
Yep.
And listen. There's nothing pretty about war.
Yeah, that's true.
Look at what happened in World War II. I mean, those were Europeans. I mean, Jesus Christ, they bombed Germany back to the fucking Stone Age. You know?
Yeah.
It also has to be mentioned that even though after 1844 there was subsequent intensive invasion by the Haitians onto the Dominican territory, that Haiti also helped Francisco del Rosario Sanchez, who was so there's three founding fathers: Duarte, who wasn't even in the Dominican Republic, or what was going to become the Dominican Republic at the time of 1844, when El Trabucazo was shot. The Trabucazo is like I think they call it in English a blunderbuss.
Oh wow. Okay.
The way this thing kicked off is Matias Mella, who's the third founding father, had a blunderbuss, and the door of the Conde, which is an arch that sits where the Park of Independence is now. He let off the shot. It's called the Trabucazo. Trabuco is the blunderbuss. So he shot that thing up into the air to signal that the war for independence was going to start. Okay. Francisco de Rosario Sanchez was, from what I've been reading lately, he was the mixed one, the one who was the mulatto. Okay. He was the one that was basically spearheading this drive for independence. Once independence was achieved, now you had a guy named Pedro Santana, who was a general during the war, and Buenaventura Baez, who they used to call him the Habao. Habao is like a light-skinned black person. Sometimes you'll call a Habao, like my kids, very, very pale skin, but when you look at them, you know they have African ancestry.
They got reddish hair.
Right, especially if you have the hair, the Afro textured hair, or at least a hair that's conducive to that, right?
Right.
So both of those guys, Santana and Baez, wanted to annex the Dominican Republic to another country because they feared subsequent invasions, which did happen, but they were able to repel. So Santana wanted Spain and England to come and take over. Baez was trying to get the United States, which came very close to happening under Ulysses S. Grant, and it failed in Congress. Ulysses S. Grant wanted to annex Dominican Republic.
Yeah.
And it failed in Congress, and it was a very big embarrassment for his administration, because they had just won the Civil War. This is the way it was explained to me. They won the Civil War, and now all of a sudden you have a country in the Caribbean filled with black and mulatto people, and you want to annex them after we just freed a whole bunch of people here?
Oh yeah.
Okay. So what the agreement that came was they actually started sending emancipated what would become African Americans to Samaná.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Tina did a video on that.
Yeah.
Of the Afro Americans in the 19th century that settled in Samaná.
Yeah.
Right?
Some were from Philadelphia, if I remember correctly. Yeah. They would like the free, they were the free people of color living in that area.
Right. And Sanchez fought very hard against these attempts of annexation, to the point where he had to be exiled, and they sent him to whatever island, I forgot it was, in the Caribbean, and he went to Haiti, and he asked the Haitians to reinvade in order to stop annexation.
Mm.
And the Haitian president at the time, I forgot his name, decided against it. So when Sanchez crosses the border into Dominican territory, he was apprehended by Santana's troops, who was the president at the time, and they executed him.
Wow.
No, people they don't want to talk about that.
Wow. Yeah, see, I didn't know that. I didn't know any of what you said here, because I'm not familiar with Dominican history.
Yeah, they executed him because and there are people till this day who say that Sanchez was a traitor because he went to Haiti and asked for help. During the War of Restoration, which to me is the definitive independence, that was independence.
Yeah.
1863, Luperon and his revolutionaries would actually go to Haiti to get refuge and to get materials. The Haitians would supply. Yeah. The Haitians knew when Spain. I said before, Dominican Republic is the only country in Latin America that reverted to colonial status.
Wow, really?
Yeah, Pedro Santana in 1861 finally got his wish. He was able to convince Spain to take control again of the island, of the Dominican side of the island.
Wow.
So you think the Haitians at that time, they weren't doing very well economically, from my understanding, because they had to pay a whole shit ton of money for Napoleon. That destroyed the economy.
Yeah, we had to pay reparations.
You had to pay reparations.
Yeah, we freed ourselves from slavery and had to pay our slavers reparations.
Mm-hmm. No, and that basically set the stage for Haiti's economic problems. That's
to this day.
To this day.
Yeah.
So, I don't think Haiti at that time was in any position to muscle up. But Luperon and the real Dominican nationalists who were fighting against the Spanish were able to get materials, were able to get refuge from Haiti. So in a way, we should observe that and be like, hey, look, it wasn't always we were at each other's necks. There was a moment there of mutual cooperation. I mean, even if Haiti's economy was in shambles because of the reparations they had to pay, they damn well didn't want a European. They didn't want Spain to come back into the island, because if Spain is on one side of the island, what's to say that they can't go and take over the other side of the island?
Well, that's true, because it's like their back door is wide open.
Right. So when Dominicook talks about how during the War of Restoration he would have fought for Spain, he ain't no fucking nationalist.
Yeah, that's the most anti-Dominican thing I've ever heard. When I heard him say that, I'm like, okay, so every time you're saying like Dominicans, Puerto Ricans, this is how the fuck you do it, all that stuff is for nothing. All that stuff's for nothing, because you're not really Dominican. You're Spaniard. You're Spaniard. You did say that you're 70. I'm 73% Spanish, Iberian Peninsula, and I'm 18% sub-Saharan African. To be honest with you, I don't really think that's significant. Basically, yeah, you're a Spaniard. He wanted the last video that he called it Reconquista or something like that. Actually, like 2 or 3 videos ago, and they were talking about Reconquista. How can we get Spain to reconquer, Hispaniola? That's what they were discussing. That's the most anti-Dominican thing I could ever hear of. So I don't even want to hear him say anything about Dominica. He should speak on Spain. That's what he should speak on.
He should move to Spain.
He should move to Spain.
It's not getting any traction with the Dominican community.
Yeah, well, see that
no traction with Dominicans.
Yeah, see, but that's not the image that's being portrayed. The image that's being portrayed right now, and that's why Eddie got duped, and Eddie tried to drag me and Rad on his platform. The image that Eddie bought into, and a lot of people are buying into, is that people like Antonio Batista and his likes are being listened to by the majority of Dominicans, and that Dominican Republic is by and large a racist nation. That's the image that's being portrayed out there.
Eddie himself is confused as fuck because you'll sit back and listen to some of the shit that he has to say about Africans.
Yeah.
I mean, dude is really out of pocket. So, this is what I'm saying about him is like, dude is problematic because on the one hand, you want to get upset because you think people are saying this and that and the other about black people, but then you will get on there and talk some really racist shit about Africans.
Mm.
Dude, what is it?
What I like Eddie. I like.
Yeah, so do I.
But
yeah, this wasn't an indictment on Eddie. I'm saying that's the image.
No.
That's what he bought into. That's the image that's out there. But go ahead.
He confuses the hell out of me.
Listen, dude's got more issues than the fucking New York Times.
No.
For real.
I like talking to him, but he really don't like black men from what I've seen. Like,
I keep thinking he's doing a bit that he, it's just kind of like his what do you call that?
His shtick?
Yeah, it's a shtick, I keep thinking that's the thing because let's not mince words here. Eddie's a gifted communicator, all right?
Mm-hmm.
And so being very intelligent and a gifted communicator, you can't be the type to fall for an image out there that's like that. You know what I mean? And then to contradict yourself constantly in terms of Africans, right? First you're talking about this group of people, then to counter it, you're talking about the opposing group of people, right? And besmirching black men, and you're a black man. No, those kinds of cognitive dissonances cannot exist in someone that intelligent and that highly gifted a communicator. So it must be a shtick that he's kind of like, and if it is, that's a highly refined shtick, and it works because it brings in the viewers. I'll tell you that for free.
Here's my thing, like, what the fuck happened to you? Like, what did a black man like molest you as a child? I mean, what the fuck? Mm-hmm. And even if they did, like, why do you think now it's okay to put all black men in this box?
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, to me, listen, I look at and the other thing is like, what the fuck is he? Is he African American? Is he West Indian? Make up your fucking mind. Which is it?
Well, yeah. I went in on him for that stuff too because he was speaking. I was like, yo, Eddie, that's some off code shit. Because I walked in on one of his live streams and he was like, fuck black. Don't what he said.
You said
I don't give a fuck about being black. I was like, yo, Eddie, that's some off code shit. what you saying, bro?
He said he wasn't black. He was American.
Yeah, and I'm not black. I'm American. And then later on, when I asked him to dissect what he was saying before and to kind of juxtapose that with who he really is, and he's like, well, I'm half Trinidadian, half Jamaican. I was like, okay, then you're not foundational Black American. You didn't suffer through the fields of slavery and on the American continent. You're of the Caribbean strain of the diaspora. Mm-hmm. So like, what's with you're speaking on behalf of these people and with so much contempt and hate. You know what I mean? The positions that are reserved for people within that group, dishing out a form of tough love. You know what I mean? Like a Jesse Jackson or whoever would be like, you got to raise yourself up. You could do that, but the way you're doing it, Eddie, it's like it's crazy.
Well,
he's not I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go. Keep on.
Yeah, he's not. He admitted that he's not American, that he's part Trinidadian, part Jamaican. And it could be because we have to remember, as evidence, like Biggie Smalls, Jamaican, Busta Rhymes Jamaican, and those guys are highly gifted communicators, right? They made careers off of it. So he's from that he's from that extract. So yeah, it's no surprise that he's a gifted communicator. But there's a lot of hurt in the dude. Like I don't know, like Truth Teacher just said, I don't know who in his past has heard him of the American extraction have heard him, but he's making the rest of Americans pay for that shit. Like in every one of his live streams, I don't think he can go 15 minutes. I'll be shocked if I'll probably bet him some money if he could go 15 solid minutes or 20 solid minutes without taking a steaming white hot dump on black men, black American men. If he can do that, kudos to him. Well, but I haven't seen it.
Like I said, I mean, this is a manifestation of the topic of tonight's, live stream. I mean, there's such conflict there because to a great degree, he's internalized the mentality of white supremacy. That black men are, black men ain't shit, blah, blah, blah.
Well,
but then he gets bent out of shape when he thinks that people are talking crap about black people. So, like, which is it? Like, you need to pick a side and just make up your mind which side you're on.
Well,
hey, welcome to my Lisi. Girl, I'm butchering your name. I'm sorry, but welcome to the live stream and thank you for joining us tonight. Merry Christmas. But he's
Elise, did you bring someone new in? I didn't see anybody. Did you bring someone new in? I think I lost. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I got lost a little bit.
Listen, everywhere where there has been a history of slavery and colonialization, people are dealing with emotional wounds.
Yeah.
We're all dealing with it, People in Latin America are dealing with it. People in the United States are dealing with it. People in the Caribbean are dealing with it. People in Canada and parts of Europe who are part of the African diaspora, we're all dealing with it, There's a pain there, just like, like our brother who was here earlier, There's some real pain there, and we need to start thinking of coming up with strategies to heal our people. Because, I mean, the way I look at it, in every war, there are casualties of war. In every war. You have your walking wounded. A lot of our people are walking wounded.
Real shit.
A lot of our people who have done spectacular things. But at the same time, there's a lot of us that are walking wounded, man.
Real shit.
And we have different names for ourselves. I'm Latino, I'm Caribbean, I'm African American, I'm foundational
Black American.
Black American. Like we all got all these different names.
Well, let me ask you something.
Yeah.
That's sort of, it's only tangential if we're not charitable to the topic itself, right? Mm-hmm. So it's sort of loosely germane, loosely related. What do you think of the contention right now between the black diaspora and aka Pan-Africanism and FBA, Foundational Black American? Because there's a rift. I don't know if you're aware of the rift.
Oh yeah, they on my ass like white on rice oil. Please, yeah.
Because for me, the reason why that's germane and why that's related is it seems to be a separation tactic, a divide and conquer by someone else. You know what I mean?
Listen, there's always been infiltration in our community since day one. I mean, like, remember what I said. White supremacy is one of the mechanisms of class warfare. It's just one of the tools. They have many, many tools in place to maintain their status and their power.
Yeah.
So, of course, whenever they see these communities, of course they're going to infiltrate it with, collaborators. And,
Wow.
like you said, Trojan horses, the devil will come to you wearing your own face because they'll bite them off. And this is the thing, when you have a group of people who are in poverty, one of the reasons why you want to keep them in poverty is because they're easy to control. You can buy them.
Well,
Like all these countries, listen, all these countries in the Caribbean, in Latin America, all these countries in Africa, these people are not poor because they're stupid.
Huh.
They're poor because the ruling elites in those societies want them to be exactly where they are because they're easier to control that way. All I got to do to make you do whatever I want is just throw you some dollars. I can get you to do anything because you're desperate. And all I got to do is figure out what's your price.
Wow.
This whole thing with ADOS and the FBA, I am not opposed in any way, shape, or form for them to defend their lineage,
right,
and for them to defend their cultural contributions to the African diaspora, and for them to defend their right for just reparations for what their ancestors built in this country. But I'm
conservative, by the way, and I'm anti-reparations. If you want to have that discussion, we can have that. But go ahead, continue.
That's their deal. That's not.
Yeah.
I can give you my opinion on that, but that's not really for me to. Because
it's not your fight.
It's not my fight.
Yeah.
But when this consistent and constant cutting down of the other members of the African diaspora, especially Afro-Caribbean, Afro-Latin, and Central African, has reduced the ADOS/FBA narrative to nothing more than MAGA for American Black people.
Yep. That's true.
And when you take a figure like Tariq Nasheed, who is the proponent of the FBA variant of this, when I was still living in New York, so like about 4 years ago, that a little over 4 years ago, and he made that documentary about Haiti.
Yeah,
I bought it. I streamed it. I still have it, and it's the production value is very good. I've never seen anything else that he made, so I never watched it in colors.
Okay.
And the production value I thought was very good. I thought the information was decent. However, they're taking credit from some of the things that happened on the Dominican side of the island, but whatever. Okay.
Yeah.
But overall, I think it was well done. Right. Yeah. I don't regret having spent money on that. For them to assume this discourse a year and a half later, saying that the reason why the prevalence of HIV among Black American communities is because of the infiltration of Haitians.
Yeah, that's that guy.
You just made a documentary a year and a half ago. You have the Veve, the spiritual signature of the Loa Ogun tattooed on your left bicep.
Mm-hmm. Near the heart. The left, where the heart is.
Yeah, I mean, and now you're coming out saying this kind of rhetoric, and you're trying to drive a wedge between the ADOS FBA and the rest of the African diaspora. Look, I understand if you want to defend your shit. I'm not saying not to. But is it really necessary to cut down other people that may not be from the same lineage as you, but they sure as hell do look like you?
Mm-hmm.
And then overemphasize. I remember I was listening to one of his lives where he was emphasizing the plantations that his family came from. Brother, your ancestors were much more than slaves. Yeah, okay, so slavery, yes, I understand, but goddamn, you did what, 3 or 4 documentaries at that point talking about the greatness of the African in this world, to all of a sudden reduce all your talking points
to slavery. he reduced all that greatness to slaves and whips.
Listen,
to chains and whips.
I don't trust people like that any further than I can spit. I mean, to me, I don't know. It just seems like, who's paying you to do this?
It's funny that you mentioned that, actually, because he, in one of the last live streams, which is about over a year now, that I saw from him, I've seen bits and pieces since that other people like will retweet or that they will post on Instagram. But one of the last lives that I saw him in was him talking about how white supremacists, well, actually, I don't think that's even the word that he used. He just called them American nationalists or something like that. White nationalists, maybe, were reaching out to him because they wanted to interview him and talk to him about his anti-immigration stances. And he confessed this. He said it very plainly. And he said that, that the offer was tempting, but that in the end he said he wasn't going to cooperate with white supremacy. But yet he takes their talking points. I mean, his Twitter, he's got me. I don't really be fucking around on Twitter like that, but I answered one of his tweets a long time ago and he blocked me. Because if a black person in this country does something bad or wrong, he automatically says, well, they're not part of us, they're from the Caribbean.
They're non-FBA.
They're non-FBA.
Yeah.
You understand? And it gets to a point where this is, I mean, I look at this as almost like suicide. You're sabotaging your own shit.
Yeah.
But you think you're actually moving forward. You're not moving forward.
Unless he's being paid to do exactly what he's doing.
So that's the other thing.
Sometimes, a lot of that stuff's agent behavior.
Well, listen to this. He lives in the San Fernando Valley. Okay? He lives in the San Fernando Valley, north of the city of Los Angeles, in a pretty white area called Chatsworth. Okay? The reason why I know this is because it came out on the news when they called the cops to his house saying that
when he got swatted.
he got swatted. He got swatted. So it came out that he's living in Chatsworth. Now, by watching his live stream, I know that he's living in an affluent area even before all of that came out, because he kept talking about having to go to homeowners association meetings and this and this and that. And when you're talking about homeowner association meetings, you're living in a community, most likely a gated community. Okay?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I really started to think about this. Then a YouTuber called Javen Bullets, who's of Haitian origin, started lighting fire on him because he discovered that Tariq's white mother-in-law, who's a retired cop, was also living with him in his house.
Interesting.
The man got Babylon in his house.
Yeah, because his wife is biracial. So I just, I was like, wait a minute, this guy lives in a very expensive area of suburban Los Angeles. in what appears to be a gated community, talking about homeowners association. The house that they showed on that news report looked pretty big. I mean, he's not living in a shack.
Yeah, that stuff looked like Beverly Hills type stuff when I saw
Yeah.
that footage. Yeah.
And
Those were acreage homes, bruh. Those were like mansion type homes, like stacked next to each other though.
And when he would go live on IG, and he wouldn't be in front of his computer where he usually goes live, he would like in his living room and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's a very nice house. Props to him. Okay.
Yeah.
And
I mean, I'm not indicting him for being successful. You know, like you could be successful, you could live but what he's done and what you've just explained, which is you've come up from the black community with the help of the black community, and then you take those riches, then you go and spend it in a white community. So that's a brain drain within itself.
Why couldn't you move into an affluent African American community?
Yeah, why not? Because there's a long list of that stuff, and I found out the hard way when I had to argue with a white supremacist. Name any place in America that's predominantly black, run by blacks, that's successful. Then I came back with a list of stuff. It took me like a few minutes just on Google. This place, that place, is a long list. He could have went to any of those places.
He could have went to ATL.
He could have went to ATL.
He could have went to ATL. But see, here's the thing, because when he started getting into this whole reparations thing, right? He started talking about land allocation. So I'm like, wait a minute. Wait. Let me get this straight. You're telling other foundational Black Americans to push for land allocation to supposedly build this utopic Black community, which is, it sounds to me like a reservation.
Yup.
Okay. Now, my question is, if that land allocation ever came through, are you gonna leave your mansion to go live on the res with the rest of the people, with the rest of the Black folk?
Nah, he'll flip it. He's gonna sell that piece of land to somebody else and make a profit.
But there's another thing that I've also noticed with this whole discourse. I noticed that there's people, when they talk about this reparations thing, they seem to want to kind of create this sort of committee that's going to take upon the money for themselves and be in charge of redistributing it. I've heard Boyce Watkins talk about this.
Mm-hmm.
When he would talk with Claude Anderson, creating some sort of a oversight panel in order to take charge of the money that would ever be disbursed in case that something like that would ever happen.
Yeah.
So I'm like, wait a minute. Now they're talking about taking the money and they're going to be in charge of the people are saying that they want to be in charge of the ones that are going to hand it out and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to tell you right now, this could be something that could potentially destroy that community.
No, not to mention squander. Not to mention squander the reparations thing. Even though I don't agree with it, if you're gonna get it, you're gonna get it, and it is what it is. But if they get it, and then that oversight committee made of quote unquote grassroots people that include Tariq Nasheed and Boyce Watkins and several other individuals, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that money, some of the numbers get fuzzy. You feel me?
Let me ask you, like, Boyce Watkins, is he on the up and up, or is he on some shady shit too?
Man, I don't trust that guy as far as I could throw him.
Who's that?
Boyce Watkins. He's one of the he's kind of like Tariq Nasheed. The only thing is he's more on the educational educational system kind of place. Like he's pro black what do you call it? Black universities, the fraternities and stuff like that. He's very much pro that stuff, and he deals with businesses. He gives business advice. And there's a video that came out of some Korean people who had a frame or a model of like a business model that it became very clear that Boyce Watkins' entire presentation as a pro-black person is based off that model. That he went to those Korean people and they said, okay, here's what you're gonna do. Your image will be pro-black, and you will only speak pro-black. You will be on channels. You will get paid for engagements. You'll be doing this, that, and the third. And that entire framework was kind of you ever see the commercials, like when you're watching stuff on YouTube and then some guy with his Ferrari behind him is like, I can show you how to live my lifestyle, and get on, travel on private planes. It was that kind of thing, but it was with a couple of Korean guys, and they had a blackboard behind them with a list of bullet points. And the accusation, I'm not gonna say that, the accusation is the indictment, but the accusation was that Boyce Watkins, his pro-blackness is a business move. It's not in his heart. It's a business move. He wanted to make some money, went to to those Korean people and lifted their entire presentation, and that's what became of it. So for me, it might be the same thing with Tariq Nasheed as well, because it's not too long ago that he was doing how to pimp books, right? And how to pimp videos. And he was doing music videos called Wash Your Ass. You guys familiar with this?
Wash your ass.
Oh.
I was only familiar with Mink Slide.
Oh no, man. If you just type in on Google, any engine search, Tariq Nasheed, Wash Your Ass. He was a rapper at some point. Not that he was any good, but he was a rapper. He had a song called Wash Your Ass, with the glossy lips and everything.
Yeah.
The glossy LL Cool. He likes lipstick.
Oh.
He's like the most vain dude on the planet. I've never seen anything like it. With the pimp hat, and he had two black girls behind him with bikinis and high heels. And the song was called Wash Your Ass, and he had a do-rag. The song's called Wash Your Ass. And the other things he did before that was he became a basically he says that he was PUA, pickup artist, before the pickup artist, and that the pickup artist took his game from him, right, and stole his game from him. And he also claims that the movie Hitch with Will Smith and Ava Mendes.
Yes.
Yeah. Will Smith and Ava Mendes. That movie was ripped off from his book, The Art of Macking, or whatever the hell that is, right? So he also claims that, So he had several business models before what he's doing now. You know what I mean?
Basically, just a hustler.
Basically, he's a hustler, and there's no reason to conjecture that this is not another hustle. You know what I mean? Because if you look at every time he needs to do a movie, right? He asks those people who are in his chat room or whatever, y'all need to go to the Patreon or wherever he's crowdfunding it. Y'all need to donate. Okay, cool. 2 live streams later, I know you guys went over there and y'all donated. I'm gonna need y'all to go over there and donate again. Wait, repeat donations? That's not a thing. That's exploitation.
Well, wait. I think I told Tina this story. I don't mean to interrupt.
No problem. Go ahead.
I think I told Tina this story. So I had just moved up to the area. That would have been maybe about 2.5 years ago. I was listening to him, and he had what was called the Melanoid Ministries or something. Like that. That was his donation thing, right?
Mm-hmm. So that's one of his platforms, yeah.
Yeah. So people would like super chat, and they would donate all this money and whatnot. So during the course of the live, somebody donated what looked like to be $1,000. Boy, he was fucking dancing.
I remember
dancing, and he was
this. Yeah, this nigga was singing Negro spirituals, bro.
Yeah, he was dancing. until he realized that it was in a foreign currency.
Yep.
And it only worked out to like $5.
Yep.
Oh shit.
Yeah. So it was
Yeah.
some guy that donated from like
Yeah, he got sent Congolese dollars or some shit.
some shit.
Yeah, and then that dude it said like 8,000 something dollars, and this dude started with Negro spirituals. His palms was facing the ceiling. Oh Lord, oh na 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 sha, speaking in tongues and shit. You know,
but the thing
Coming
is,
in the Honda.
there you go.
I see the Robocop.
he
Yo.
let it slip out when he found out. He let it slip out that, God damn, I was getting ready to buy me a new pair of Uggs.
There you go.
Oh,
There you go. That's
And
what
I'm
it
like-
is.
And I'm like, whoa, wait a minute.
Basically, you know what he is in those live streams. Those live streams are basically there's a girl that I did some graphic design for, and what she does basically is she's a virtual sugar baby. So basically you go on her page, on her social media pages, right, where she kind of like shows herself, let's keep it clean, right? She shows herself, and then you pay for a breakfast, and she says on like a video clip, I'm going out for breakfast, who wants to pay? And then like the simps, they flood in the particular comment section, and they send her money. You know what I mean?
Oh wow.
Yeah, that's a thing.
damn. Do they have a site for people that are into crusty feet? Who want to see me wash my feet?
Yeah, see, stuff like that.
I
Yeah.
need some soap. Who want to pay for it?
Exactly. Yeah, you can look it up. That's a thing. And I did stuff for her, and then I was looking through a site. I'm like, damn. People pay. People watch you, like, have lunch, and then they pay for the drinks, and stuff like that. And she's like, yeah.
Yo,
So
let me hit you up afterwards, man. It's like you can do some art for me, man.
yeah, no doubt, no doubt.
You're making money like my toenails and shit.
You feel me? Yeah, there'll be somebody who's into that, But basically, he's the pro-black version of that, where he's sitting up there, and basically you're paying to have him go take vacations to. I mean, look, when he was raising money for the third live. I was about to say living color. The third hidden color, right? He was raising money for the third hidden color, and he had those idiots go to his crowdfunding and donate for like the third or fourth time. If you break down all the hidden colors videos or documentaries, quote unquote, they're basically him sitting in a room that he rented and speaking to people. And then the outside footage, right, that he gets are stock footage that you get in like pexels.com or public domain stuff that you get on Wikipedia.
Right.
So and then editing, right? So now what's the $200,000-$300,000 for? This is stuff that you could do for a very well planned YouTube video. If you do a very well planned YouTube video, I could show up at Truth Teacher's mosque over there, with some with some video cameras, and then interview him and have him tell me the history of this place or that place, right? And then I go home and I chop it up. I throw some filters on it to make me asking questions and him answering it. We look all epic and shit. And then I overlay, in between, using the editing, I overlay some stock footage, and there we have and some music, and there we have a documentary, which is what and throw it up on YouTube, which is what he does for these hidden color videos. And basically, you need $400,000 for what exactly?
Wow.
And then after each one of these crowd funds, coincidentally, he's taking a trip to Jamaica. He's out on the beaches with a damn coconut drink in his hand, and a fucking umbrella over. Yeah, you seen that shit, right?
Yeah, no, yeah, I saw.
And then like one time I couldn't take it. I went on the comment section. I was like, "You guys realize that you paid for this vacation, right?" And like you could practically hear my you know my hammering at the keyboard. You guys know you paid for this damn vacation, right?
Well, it's
and then like his vacation, and then of course I get dragged and roasted like that's some off code shit, bro. What you doing? You know, that kind of thing.
Isn't this the same thing that's been happening since God made dirt? Like with all these, you know what?
Yeah, he's a prosperity teacher, preacher. He's a prosperity preacher. Yeah, he's a prosperity preacher. You're right.
He copied their hustle. I mean, you know, I always wondered, you know, with the church, where they tell you that money is the root of all evil, but all these preachers got brand new cars. So for me, it's evil, but God wants you to have a new Cadillac.
with spinning rims.
Yeah, you know, it's like
you gotta have the spinning rims. The Bible tells me so. You feel me?
Benny Hinn.
Yep.
When they asked him why you need a, $100 million private jet, and he was like, because God told me I would last more if I had it.
There you go.
There you go. Umar Johnson, who I was a big fan of, has fallen from grace. He fell off that pedestal.
I think Umar started with the best intentions, and then he got corrupted.
I think that he, unfortunately, he's turned himself into a fucking grifter.
Yeah.
I lit his ass up on Twitter he ended up blocking me, but about a year and a half ago, he said some dumb shit. And I know Umar's initiated into the same religion that I'm into.
Really? He's one of us?
He was initiated to Ifa.
Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah.
He was initiated into Ifa?
He was initiated to Ifa in Cuba. And I lit his ass up. I'm like, nigga, what the fuck is wrong with you? You're supposed to be a babalao.
Wow, for real.
I'm like, yo, what are you doing, man? And people responded to the tweet like, yo, shit, oh my God. Yo, I can't believe you said that, this and this and that. Because I was like, dude, what are you fucking doing?
Did you initiated for real?
Yeah, you didn't. Well, if you don't follow him, then you're not. About a year and a half to 2 years ago, he went to Cuba, and he said, "I'm going there to get initiated." And then when he came back, he was away for like, I don't know, maybe 10 days, 2 weeks. When he came back, his head was shaved, his beard was shaved off. He was initiated.
Wow.
And I'm like, what are you doing, bro? Maybe, just maybe, if you would take on some training and you would learn how to divine, you wouldn't be in the fucking situation that you're in now. Now, you bought a fucking trap house for a school that's never going to open. And niggas still believe in you. And they're still sending him, run the Cash App, run them donations, Cash App, Dr. Umar, whatever the fuck. P.O. Box, this and this and that. I'm like, holy shit.
There's a sucker born every minute.
You know who really started putting things into perspective? And I don't follow this guy. I only saw that one video. Seti.
Oh, Sarah Suit and Seti.
That's
his full name, Sarah Suit and Seti.
That's the light-skinned dude from Detroit, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Say it over and over again, real fast.
Sarah Suit and Seti.
He was the one that called Umar traveling preacher.
Yeah.
And that was when them two had that little spat that Umar was doing the live, and he tried to make believe that somebody was calling him on the phone.
Yeah, his goons. He
goons.
had the goon squad.
The Goonie goons.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he was like, "I got this." And while he was talking, the phone rang.
Yep.
So he was pretending to be on the phone with somebody, and
talking to his goons, and then the phone rang.
Yeah, and said he lit his ass up. But when he called him traveling preacher, when he said, "Have you noticed this man is never home? He's out his suitcase." I'm like, "Oh shit, wait." And notice how not too long after that, Umar started making lives in his house in Philly. You know, and then years later, Len and Anna, I saw some of his. Len and Anna destroyed him to the point where he's not able to even he can't rescue his image after what Len and Anna did to him where he exposed him something awful. You know, him and this other dude that's on YouTube, they got the eviction notices for his house in Philadelphia.
Oh wow.
Yeah. They uncovered the unpaid taxes that he has on the school in Delaware. There's an expression in Spanish, sacarlo trapo al sol. It means to take out the dirty rags to the sun. That's what it literally means. It means when you're exposing somebody, you're exposing the skeletons in their closet. So all that dirty laundry, you're airing it out.
Oh wow.
They put his panties on the clothesline for everybody to see.
And the thing is that when because for a while I used to listen to it and I really liked his discourse. But when all this shit starting to come to light and people started questioning, if you want to open up this school, how come there's no board of directors? How come there's no collabs? How every time that he said that he needs this, he needs that, people will reach out and he turns them down. HVACs, construction people.
Yeah.
He wants black people, but there's plenty of black HVAC people. There's plenty of black construction people. You understand? Plumbing and all that stuff. It's available. But people apparently when he gets an offer, he doesn't even answer the phone.
Yeah. There was one dude talking about how he was like after him for years. Like, dude, I'll come and do it, and he just kept ducking him.
Yeah. And it's just a whole ugly thing. And one of the things that really, really bother me about this is the fact that anytime you have people who try to take on the mantle of leadership within our communities, if they talk too much, if they start talking too much shit, or if they start acting funny, people start exposing them, and the image that they spent so long trying to build up all of a sudden gets reduced to sand. And it's happened with him. Tariq is still on his shit. He still got supporters, but Tariq, man, I mean, he's hopeless as far as I'm concerned. You understand? He's just another peddler of whatever it is that he's peddling. Just another hustler. Boyce Watkins, Michi X lit Boyce Watkins up. Michi was on his platform. And Michi left, and she lit Boyce Watkins on fire. So it comes to a point where it's like, yo, who can you believe in anymore?
Yeah.
Like I mean, I don't even know how to continue to express my disbelief in, when I see these people get exposed, when I see these people come crashing down. You think to yourself, yo, if you only would have stayed on code, if you only would have done things in a different light, with different aspects, and it's something that's a lot better, a better planning of what it is that you're trying to accomplish, including other people. I don't even know what to say.
Well, it's like what we say in the religion, like our mission is the cultivation of Iwapele,
Right.
And apparently, for those of you that don't know Iwapele in, the Yoruba tradition means a humble character or good character, and really that's what our religious or spiritual philosophy tells us is our primary objective in this life, in this lifetime, to cultivate. So it's like you have these people that, they never cultivated good character. And so they're susceptible because they haven't cultivated good character. They're susceptible to temptation. But, we've seen this in so many, not just in our community, but in just the world in general. How many people got into law because they wanted to help the community or they wanted to be an activist, and then the money started getting sweet and then they became something else.
Yeah, it happens, unfortunately, more often than we would like to see. And there's a saying in Spanish that says, son muchos los llamados, poco lo escogido. A lot of people hear the call, but only a few are chosen.
Yeah.
And when we see this type of what we're talking about, this type of exposing of people who build up their images to all of a sudden lose it practically overnight. I mean, yeah, you're right. We see it in other communities, but in my case, I don't really pay attention to them.
Yeah.
I'm only paying attention to what we see in our communities because I think, especially in the way things are going now, we need that light at the end of the tunnel.
We do.
And I don't believe the narrative that at this point everything's going to be all right. I think that we're lost. We're fucking lost. And there's too many people who want to go their own way instead of coming into unity and going one way, which is forward.
Well, you know what? I think we have to change the strategy. It's like we got to go grassroots, like small cells of people doing the right thing, because if you have one big organization, it's easy to pick you off, like the difference between the Aztec Empire and the Mayas. The Mayas were never one unified system, right?
Right.
So when the Spaniards came in and they were trying to take them over, it was like playing whack-a-mole. That's why the Mayas are still there to this day. There's no Aztecs as such. Their descendants are there, but as an organized cohesive cultural group, they don't exist. So I think with us, we've got to do the same thing, people of like mind, uplifting each other and moving forward, and then other people joining us. But it's very obvious that there is no unified political structure anymore, because as soon as something gets started, these people, they get seduced and they end up selling out.
Yeah.
But Umar is a babalao.
Yeah.
No, this shit is getting fucked up, man. Because if for real, Orisha is not happy with his bullshit.
Nah, he's on some other shit, but when I first started following him, he made it very clear that he was into that. He talked about that his first reading that he ever got was in Oyotunji village. I don't know if you're familiar with that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So that was the first time he ever got a reading. I don't know if it was in Ifa or it was with the Dilogun, but that was the first reading that he ever got. That got him on a path. Towards the Orishan, towards Ifa. He went to Nigeria a few times, and it was, and he's also a son of Ogun, from what he said.
Wow.
So, So I'm like, cool, like, hey, this is what's up. But when he finally got initiated, I really thought things were going to turn around for him. I thought maybe he would have spent less time trying to mess around with that school and maybe more time training himself to become a competent Babalao, because that could have only helped him establish what it is that he wanted to achieve. But he didn't. He didn't pursue it, as far as I could see. He didn't pursue it to the point where he's like living out of his suitcase in different motels, going from city to city, and then, the whole thing comes out where he got evicted. They tried to pull his license or whatever he had in the state of Pennsylvania. It's sad, and I think
Marisha's not gonna fucking bless you if you out here fucking around, man.
That was one of the reasons why I was so drawn to him, was because, he was in the tradition. You feel me?
I don't understand. I don't understand these people who come to our traditions and they know what it's all about, and somehow they think that they can beat the odds and go out there and do some fuck shit, and that they're not going to suffer consequences for that. Well, I really don't understand how their minds work. Like, you know what the deal is? Like, how do you think you are going to escape, being held accountable for your actions?
I tell people all the time, and I use myself as an example, okay? Because I'm a perfect example of what happens when you don't listen. If spirit comes and tells you, don't do this, don't fucking do it.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you do it, what's going to end up happening is that deity or that spirit or that whatever is going to turn its back on you. And is going to leave you exposed to get fucked up. See, people don't sit there and understand that when you come into these traditions, you're looking for some sort of guidance that that conventional religions can't give you, right?
Yeah.
The call of the ancestors is running in your blood. So you seek these things out looking for a deeper shade of knowledge. And if you're in a misa, or you go to a babalocha, iyalocha, you go to a babalao, you go to a palero, okay, and they perform divination for you, and they tell you, well, Orisha says this, or Spirit says this, or the Impungo says this, or the Infumbe says that, and you don't sit there and you don't follow the directions that they're giving you, the advices that they're offering you, that you came to ask for.
Mm-hmm.
That is one of the greatest signs of disrespect that you could show, because you're willingly looking for guidance. Now, when they give you the guidance, you're not going to follow it.
Yeah. So whatever grace that was going to be there for you, whatever help, it's like, okay, go do your own shit. You're not covered anymore. You're
not covered anymore. That's why I tell people, if you're gonna go for a reading, if you're gonna see an espiritista, if you're gonna see an ungang in Asian voodoo, or a mambo, if you're gonna see anybody, and it's somebody that's is not gonna screw you, somebody who is not gonna try to take your money and to tell you only what you want to hear, you take the advice and listen. This isn't a fucking game.
Exactly.
I keep telling people, this isn't a fucking game. I had a girl a while back. She wanted me to take her to somebody so she could get read, and she was acting like if it was like if I was going to take her to one of these places where they read your palm.
Yeah.
And I'm like, look, no. I'm like, nah, I ain't going to take you. Not if you're going to act like that. This isn't a fucking joke. Some real shit could come out in that reading.
Yeah.
Some real shit that you don't even want people, that you don't think nobody else will know.
Listen, I took my sister to get a reading from one of my god sisters. Yo, a Dilogun. Orisha had her there for 5 freaking hours.
Wow.
5 hours. They broke down her whole fucking life, yo. My sister's head was gonna explode. She was like, "Oh my god!" She was. It took her a while to wrap her head around everything, but yo, it was on point. And she didn't know. I was like, "You have no idea how thorough this shit was," because a regular reading is usually like what, half an hour, something like that.
Half an hour to an hour at the most.
At the most. Orisha had her there for 5, and then the ancestors came in.
Yeah.
They had that girl there for 5 hours, and they like, you know. So this is why I came back to our ancestral traditions, because there ain't nothing like it out there. Like, no disrespect to anyone if you're Christian or whatever, but the wisdom and the guidance, and the thing is, it's not cookie cutter.
No.
It's designed specifically. Whatever you get is specific to you and your life circumstance and your road in this world. And we have the understanding that everybody comes into this world for a specific purpose. You have specific things that you need to do.
Right.
And listen, the thing about it is, if you don't have knowledge, you get a pass, because you're ignorant, you don't know. But when you know, come on now, it's like when you know better, you're held accountable because you have the knowledge. So you don't get a pass. You don't get to get off.
No.
And I don't understand these people that they will come to this shit and they know that there's things you do and things that you don't do, and your character has to be on point. And they still think that they can go and do some shady dealings and think that they're going to beat the odds. Like, you really think God is that stupid?
It's again, a lot of people hear the call, but only a few are really chosen.
Yeah.
And people think that through initiation or through getting involved in these traditions, they expect themselves to put on a cape and be Superman the next day.
Yeah, well, you got that too. The people that think they're getting like superpowers.
Yeah.
I've met a few of those.
Yeah, they think that that they're all of a sudden gonna be on a whole different other level.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, these are things that require so much work from your part.
Yeah.
The person that goes into this, you can't be lazy. You can't procrastinate. There's always something to do.
Yeah.
Where if you're in the Lukumi tradition, and you have a bóveda, you
Mm-hmm.
have
The
maybe
gureros.
huh?
The gureros,
What's that?
the warriors.
The guerreros, right? You have that. You could have your mano de orula, the hand
Yeah.
of God. You could have your egun thing with a teja, the tile,
Yep.
and you could have all these things. There's always something to do.
Always something to do. I got my egun. I got my egun stick. I got my mano de orula, my yide.
Right. Right.
I got my elegua, ogun, ochosi. I got the whole gang here.
Right.
And then, like when I get initiated, then, that's a lot more responsibility that's going to come with that.
Right. Bro, let me let you go, man, because apparently my kids have already opened up their Christmas presents.
No.
I hate it when I wanted them to do this tomorrow morning, but they couldn't wait. So I gotta go. Now I gotta go there and do the father thing.
Okay, so listen, man. I'm really glad that you stepped in. And we're gonna do a live stream together or an interview just talking about like African religion, the basic stuff, too, because there's a lot of people that need to be educated about what our traditions really are about.
Right. No, I most definitely would be looking forward to that. And anytime you want to collab.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, I really, really want to, cause my madrina, she don't listen. She don't like to be out there like that. My padrino, he don't like to be out there like that. So I'm like, damn, I need somebody that is willing. I think one of my god sisters, maybe I can get her to talk about the lukumi.
Right.
But, I know absolutely nothing about palo. You know.
Well, I get that. I would talk to you about off camera.
Yeah.
Because palo is a little heavy. And then after we talk, if you want to do something about that, we can do it. But
we don't need to go like deep into it, but just basic worldview and philosophy. We keep it on the light.
The theology could be quite deep. When it comes to palo. So, I wouldn't talk about the actual practices of it. There's plenty of books that'll tell you certain things, but I wouldn't go like deep into what I do. You understand what I'm saying?
That's a little bit too heavy for most people.
For people that are not initiated, that don't know anything about it. But anytime you want to collab, bro, just you hit me up and we could we could plan it out. And if you want to, anytime you want to talk about anything off camera, definitely.
Yeah, I tried to call you this morning, but I guess you were busy.
This morning, dude, it's been a hectic day. It's been a hectic day for me. But I see. Is that really radical?
Yeah, that's rad.
All right.
Why y'all talking about my zaddy for, huh? Let me stop.
Yo, let me bow out real quick. If you guys are still on when I come back, if you want.
No, I'm getting ready to wrap it up. I got my right hand over here. She's texting me pissed off because I'm like she told me, like, I told her that I was gonna wrap it up at like what, 1:30?
Right.
She's pissed off at me.
All right. So yo, Rad, Merry Christmas.
Oh yeah, Merry Christmas, bro.
And I'll be
listen, Marcelo, I want to crowdfund a movie, right? It's gonna be called Hidden Tacos, right? And I want you to be in it. You know what I mean? I want Truth Teacher to be in it. I think this is gonna be a very great influential movie for us Latinos.
Let's get the crowdfunding going and keep repeating every 10 seconds the Cash App and the PayPal.
Yeah, most definitely. And also, just in case, I do not have a white mother-in-law that lives with me. Okay.
You did?
I do not have one. I have a white girlfriend.
All right, bro, man.
All right, Marcelo. Peace out, man.
All right, peace, bro.
Yo, Rad.
Yo.
Merry Crema.
Merry Crema.
Merry Crema. Happy New Year.
Hidden Tacos coming to a TV near you. You know what I mean?
Where you just coming from right now?
From seeing my nephew.
Oh, Peanut?
Yeah, like when I left, dude, it's fucking raining like crazy over here, bro.
It's like, yo, the wind is like pushing my windows in, man.
Yeah, I had to stop and just chill for a little bit. I'm like, god damn, fucking trees are coming down and all that. But what was it? I was actually enjoying the conversation that you guys were having.
Yeah, we had a pretty good discussion. Like, yo, thank you for coming in and blowing dude's cover, man. Like listen, I really hope that
he does yeah.
what I had to share with him, man. Because listen, at the end of the day, man, the thing that we got to understand, all of these people, Antonio, Kim, Dominican Renaissance, listen, all of these people are dealing with pain, man. You know, at the end of the day, yeah, they piss us the fuck off, and we want to slap the shit out of them and all of that. But at the end of the day, man, they're all human beings and they're in pain. And I guess, you know, they're trying to deal with their pain the best way they can, but they don't know how to do it in Rich Numa, yeah, definitely. They don't know how to do it in a constructive way, so it comes out fucked up. You know? And I really hope he was sincere and that he received what we had to share with.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope so too. Again, I didn't want to like scare the guy, but also he was, you know, he was cooning so hard, and I already knew who he was. But I was like, you know what? Let me just keep, you know, let me keep this close to the chest. And then I said, fuck it, let me just go in. So that's why, you know, I went in and said what I had to say. What was it? Actually, first of all, shout out to you. You became a coon exorcist because you started exercising the coon spirit. You know what I mean? I just it was like Constantine. I just you know,
the power of Malcolm compels you.
Yeah, like
the power of Martin compels you.
The
power
of
Marcus compels you.
I gave you the glasses to see the demons, and you took care of it. You know.
Listen, you know the thing is that I was really serious with him, man. It's like I really know what it's like to be in that kind of pain, man. You know, I existed in that state for most of my life, man. You know, I was a person that was dealing with a lot of emotional and psychological pain. And I was stuck just going in circles for years and years and years. You know, so when I was in that fucked up relationship, god damn, you know, I was with that bitch for 20 years. And, you know, you ask yourself, after you pull yourself, why did you stay with this bitch for so long? And the conclusion was because I didn't love myself the way I should have. If I really loved myself the way I should have, there's no way she would have been able to do the shit that she did to me. You know? But when you don't love yourself, you know, you do things that are not in your best interest. And
yeah, most definitely.
Like our friend, you know, who like our friend, the organic chicken farmer, you know, if he loved himself the way he should.
Is that a euphemism for something? Who's that?
We have a very good friend in the Dominican Republic who is, you know, on a farm where he raises organic produce and organic chickens that he eats, you know. And
you're talking about Antonio.
Listen, I did not say that. But anyway, I mean, listen.
What the fuck, man? Oh god.
Oh my god, I killed him. No, son, yeah.
I really got him.
Right.
Yo,
we cut her off.
That does look like a freaking third world farm behind him when he's making those videos.
Yo, everybody out to my right hand.
What the
Marie.
I keep expecting like a straw cabana hut. Well, like some dreadlock dude is cutting like is husking like coconuts and shit with a machete.
Listen, we all know that he got into this white supremacy shit. He was turned out by some chick.
Oh God.
Some chick turned him out with this bullshit. And if he really loved himself the way he should, his mind wouldn't be so susceptible to that bullshit. So when you don't love yourself, you are wide open for all kinds of nonsense, all kinds of mess.
Well, the thing is, the farmer is basically the reverse spook who sat by the door. Like he's doing it on us on behalf of Spain or the Spaniards. You know what I mean? Like this guy grew up with us. Remember, Rad, that his cousin said that he grew up with black people. Black people are the reason he got hands. Like they taught him how to fight and everything.
Yeah.
And you could tell by like the way he shapes his hair up, like the fade hairdo he always has, and then like his shape up on his beard and all that stuff. That's black and brown people stuff. That ain't no Spaniard stuff. You ain't gonna go to Spain and see that kind of swag. So he got his game from black and brown people.
Check this out. Check this out, guys. This is something I'm actually gonna put out, and I'm gonna give exclusive, Truth Teacher exclusive. So while I was waiting for my Uber to go to go get my car, right?
Yo.
I met this Italian dude. Me and him talking. I'm waiting for my Uber and all that. Me and him talking. Da 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 da. And I tell him, I said, "Bro, quick question. You're from Italy, right?" He was like, "Yeah, I'm from Italy." I'm like, "All right. Do you guys see yourselves as Latinos?" And he started smiling, and then me and him got into the conversation to the point where he goes like, "Yo, where you going?" I'm like, "I'm gonna go get my car at 92nd Street." He's like, "Oh, that's where I'm headed anyway. Do you mind if I ride?" I'm like, "Listen, come in." And we spoke that whole time, bro. He broke the whole thing down about how Italian Europeans feel about the whole Latino thing.
Yeah,
it's insane. It's insane. That's all I gotta say. A little sneak peek for y'all.
Oh, are you gonna make a video out of it?
I recorded the whole thing.
What the hell? All right. Rad don't sleep, yo. This dude already made that stuff. Yeah, but what I was saying is that our farmer is kind of like the reverse spook who sat by the door because he got all his game from black people, and we got to be careful with these kinds of individuals because remember, Jared Taylor was the same thing. He spent his youth backpacking across Africa, India, those sorts of places. Sure that the natives and the people there, when he sat there, in the circles, breaking bread with them, you know what I'm saying? They felt like, okay, this is a guy who wants to be part of the culture. Meanwhile, what he's doing is absorbing what he can go ahead and use later on to practice his anti-black, anti-melanin, racism. So we have to. I'm not saying to not be so open-minded and open-hearted towards outsiders anymore. I'm not saying that, but we kind of have to be careful with these sorts of people and basically see where their head and their hearts are at when they come among us. You know what I mean? Because that's dangerous stuff. Because now we got to deal with him. We got to deal with Shivo now.
Here's the thing. I mean, like I said, with social media, it's a blessing and a curse because it allows even crazy people who wouldn't have gotten any attention before to have a platform. But at the end of the day, dude really is not getting any traction at all. Not even the white supremacists are like picking him up because
he's a flash in the pan. When his video went viral, it became a quick laugh for a lot of them.
It was a quick laugh.
Yeah. And I'm sorry, God.
I mean, I feel. Listen, I don't hate the dude I hate what he stands for. I hate the negativity that he's putting out there, but there's a hurt human being in there underneath all of that bullshit. And that's really sad. And I think, okay, he's, like I've said so many times, he's not the sharpest tool in the drawer. But he had, listen, everybody comes into this world with some kind of dick. Everybody comes into this world with some kind of gift. Maybe he don't got a great intellect, maybe he don't got the gift of gab, but he's got something. But he's never gonna find it if he's busy digging in the toilet. And that's what he's doing right now. He's digging in the toilet.
Okay, well,
listen, all I gotta know is, yeah, I'm not FBA. All right, I'm not FBA. I gotta hold your own nuts.
Hold your own nuts. he's the other kind of Shivo, but only successful. But
listen, I hold my nuts and I feed them to the squirrels.
What the hell? Listen,
very friendly. They'll take it right out of your hands.
Look, we'll have to agree to disagree on Shivo finding, what he's good at and what makes him happy and all that stuff. Well, there's a saying that people.
It's gonna happen. All I'm saying is it could happen if you have a different frame of mind.
Yeah, I know, but the thing is, knowing who he is at his core.
Well,
the minute he finds that thing he's good at, who do you think he's going to turn that cannon towards? You see what I'm saying?
Well, this is the thing. He's never going to find it because he's stuck.
Well, I mean, you're saying he should find his gift, right?
Into that.
Okay, hold on. You're saying he should find his gift, right?
Yeah, but he's not going to find it because he's busy feeding the dark side.
There are plenty of dark-sided gifted people. What do you think? What do you think Hitler was all about? That was a very gifted communicator. He found his gift.
Well,
remember he tried to draw and paint and couldn't do it, but then he found his calling within hatred and communicating hatred. So he found his gift. I'm not sure I want Shivo to find his gift, because everything he's found so far, guess who he turned it towards? You get what I'm saying? So there's a saying that people keep repeating: everyone deserves happiness.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that's true, because it depends on what makes that person happy. Well, what made Hitler happy? And do you want to give Hitler what makes him happy? Because remember what made him happy. 6 million of those people ain't around no more. That what he did to them made him happy. You know what I'm saying? So not everyone. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I don't think
it looks like you're. All right, go ahead.
I understand where you're coming from. I don't think that was his ultimate happiness. I think that if earlier in his life he had found his authentic happiness,
which is painting, right?
Bullshit wouldn't have happened.
Well, you mean AH? I don't know if your videos is demonetized yet, so I ain't gonna say the name that would trigger the algorithm.
I'm not monetized at all yet.
Okay, Adolf Hitler, he found his You're saying he found his calling? He was a painter.
I'm saying that had he earlier in his life,
yeah, but he did
found his authentic happiness, all the bullshit that came later would have never happened.
Okay, but he did find his authentic happiness, which was commanding the masses. If you see, like, the guy's having the time of his life, if you see him commanding the crowd, like being in that space. Now the thing is, there's another happiness he had, which was painting.
Listen,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
To us, looking from the outside in,
yeah,
it looked like he was having the time of his life. We really don't know what was going on behind the scenes there.
Okay.
I don't think
you don't think evil makes certain people happy. You think evil only brings sadness. That's a very optimistic view. I respect it. I don't agree with it, but I respect it.
I think that they try to convince themselves that they're happy, but it's twisted. It's not an authentic happiness. It's something very perverse and twisted. And like I said, I think that had Hitler had the right kind of influences around him when he was younger, he would have been a different person. But he never got that, and he went down a dark path. And look at where it ended up.
Yeah. In Venezuela, right? No, Argentina. That's where it ended up. Via those declassified documents.
Well,
I can't believe they're still teaching that this man shot himself in his mouth in some bunker, with all the stuff that's out there that said that he escaped to like Argentina and shit like that. All the very convincing literature and documents and stuff like that. But that's beside the point. Now the thing is, my position on this, and again, I really do respect where you're coming from, which is like his true happiness would be something holistic and pure and would not be of harm to other people. I get that you think that, and I respect that you think that. It's very optimistic, and I applaud it. But in my opinion, he did, and I'm talking about Shivo now. I think he did find his happiness, which is spreading this hatred. I think he feels great when he's doing this, and he's calling us groids and nogs and all these things, and kick all the Haitians out. I don't care where they go.
It's a quick eye. It's a quick eye, but it's not authentic happiness. Listen, that dude is not happy. Hey
Shivo, if you're watching this, I'd like you to take notice at how we communicate better than you. Thanks, bud. Thanks for stopping by.
He is not happy.
Nah, fuck that.
No, this mumble mouth. Yo, him and his whole mumble mouth crew.
Yeah,
they all make. That's it. You know what they look like? They remind me of like a crew. Imagine Wu-Tang Clan. If you guys, you don't have to be old school. No Wu-Tang Clan. Like what do you call it? iTunes and all that stuff is out there. Just imagine the Wu-Tang Clan, right? But instead of like gifted rappers as they are, right? ODB, You God, Ghostface. Instead of them, it's the mumble mouth dudes we got now that you can't understand a damn thing they're saying. That's what their live stream look like. When you drop by their live stream, that guy who has the that dude who has the avatar of Cowboy Bebop, yelling at Rad like, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, dude.
Won't you articulate?
It's so crazy because when I went in there and they started going to yo shit, I'm like, yo, yeah, I got little kids. Are you serious?
Yeah, a bunch of mumble mouth. They can't articulate a point. Shivo spoke. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I made sure I didn't whatsoever, acknowledge none of that. You know what I mean? Because once you do, then you're gonna go into some repetitive insults. Whatever. I was just eating that. I'm like, yeah, okay, yeah, I'm scared of black people. That's cool. Yeah, all right. Black guys fuck me. Cool. Yeah.
Wow.
So,
and back on point, right?
Yeah, I just kept on going back on point. Back on point.
About saving that money.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, yeah, okay, yeah, the black people, yeah, I'm scared. Okay, so about money. So you told me, you know what I mean? So
yep. Yeah, I laughed at that stuff. I saw the video. See, the thing is, other live streams were going on, like Eddie's stuff. So I'm like, wait a minute, when was this made? Because then I saw like a 30-minute live that you, I don't know if it was a live or something that you recorded, Rad. And I was like, when did he do this? This just came up. Then I watched it. I was like, yep, that's some dudes right there. That's the mumble mouth militia out there, mumbling stuff about black men should you saw where they were clowning that the pro-black guy who said he had a Dominican wife.
Yeah.
And then like they kicked him off the show because he had a Dominican wife.
Yeah.
I don't understand. I'm sorry. What's that, Truth Teacher?
Was that Marquise?
Was it Marquise? Rad?
No.
Yeah, because I'm not familiar with these people.
It was somebody else, but what was it? So I'm like, first of all, shout out to Doctor. He's the one that saved it. I didn't even know nothing about it until I think was it yesterday morning, like around 12. Like, yo, I uploaded this, blah 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 blah, and I'm like, oh, okay, cool. And I didn't think too much of it. And then I said, yo, I should save it just in case this dude decides to take it down or something, right? So I'm saving it on my computer, and then the whole Eddie thing happened, right? So I do that, and then from there, once Eddie kicked me out, I'm like, yo, get the fuck up out of here. So I was like, let me get a good opportunity just to hit 2 nails on the head,
Man,
listen, guys, it's been really great, man. Like 5 hours. Honestly, I was only planning to go to like 11:30. I did my despojo and everything with you guys there.
Listen, remember, I'm starting a new foundation called Foundational Latin American.
Latin Americans.
You know what I mean? I'm gonna have bandanas and flags ready. You know what I mean? It's gonna it's gonna be a brown fish right in the middle, and right next to it, it's gonna have the year 0000, because obviously we were here before that, or 010 BC. I don't know whichever one.
Fuck you.
I'm figuring it out.
You're gonna name your first kid.
Also, make sure you guys get my pepper spray. You know what I mean? Get my pepper spray. It's called taco juice. You know what I mean? Make sure y'all get that.
You trying to get roasted?
I'm gonna get another pepper spray. It's called hot sauce juice. You know what I mean? So make sure y'all get that. And remember, I'm getting money. Go to my GoFundMe. I'm getting money for Hidden Tacos. All right?
Hidden
Tacos is coming out 2021. I'm gonna have historical figures like Fake Teacher. Barnes and Noble's Apocalypse. You know what I mean? I'm gonna have museum instead of my sale. I'm gonna have museum. I'm gonna have him there. I'm gonna have Kundalini Energy 126634, and also I'm gonna have my main dude, alkaline water sea moss. You know what I mean? So remember, go support that. And I'm out.
Listen, guys, thank you for supporting my life. Thank everybody in the chat.
Yep. Like, comment, subscribe, hit that bell for notifications.
Yes. Like, comment, subscribe, hit the notification bell, all that good stuff. Check out my playlist, all my good shit. I got a lot of good shit in my playlist, folks. So, we stayed pretty consistent for the whole time at around 16 folks. I think that's pretty good for my 3rd live stream. I'm learning the ropes. I'm joining the 21st century. It's pretty cool. So, Comic, it was a pleasure speaking with you as always, man.
Yeah, true. You look like the Saudi Arabian Method Man. You look like you about to get a price of oil in Abu Dhabi. You look like you about to start the prayers and ablutions in Yemen.
Listen, I'm trying to get that Arab money,
man. These dudes came through with a through line of roasted truth teacher for them. That was a nice through line, though, a nice comedic through line for the whole show. But all right, man. Hey, everybody, if y'all still around, check out my channel, and good looking out for coming through, and good night,
everybody. Right. Merry Christmas,
Merry Christmas,
Merry Friday, whatever it is to you, man. Everybody, you have a good day and a good weekend. All right, peace out, man.
Peace out.